Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Capitalism Revisited, Responsible Enterprise. You are kindly requested to take a seat, as the session will begin shortly. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage Claudia Parzani.
Good morning, and of course, welcome to Borsa Italiana. It's a great pleasure for me, and it's a great pleasure, of course, for all the team of Borsa Italiana. Grazie, perfetto, meglio. To host this important event today, event on responsible capitalism. As you know, of course, here we are in the house of the corporate governance, is where the place where the modern vision of corporate governance has been created and developed with the concept and the evolution of the Italian corporate governance code. Okay, first of all, let me congratulate with Assonime, the European Corporate Governance Institute, and Bocconi University. I have to say that the program that you have for these 2 days is really, really amazing. And I really think it because you find for today's session the most relevant topics in the current discussion on corporate governance, and that they stimulate to look ahead. So congratulations on this point. And I have to say that I found very interesting the way in which they are presented, but also the connections that you create throughout the program. So I just took the advantage of this welcome to leave you something on the corporate governance side from me and from the stock exchange. And let me start with saying that we all know how difficult and extraordinary and extremely challenging are the times that we are facing, and how the world is changing, needs to change, and the speed, how fast things are happening. And so I think that if there is one thing that in my mind has to happen is for sure that we have to change. We have to change the perspective, we have to change the approach on many things, on many things, corporate governance included. So I have 3 magic, I would call magic, it's nice, and keywords that I use more and more often, and they are all relevant, I think, and I use them in the relevant and complex topics that I want to share with you today, running slowly through the topics that you are going to discuss. The three words that I use more and more are flexibility. I have to say that if I can buy something, I buy just one thing, I buy flexibility. And I buy flexibility means a flexible approach, identifying solution, taking account of the context and environmental. The second one is something that I call the double L dimension. So for me, whatever I look has to have a long-term and large vision. A perspective with a long-term horizon, which includes, of course, different perspectives and points of view, so inclusion in some way. The third one is coexistence instead of succession. And I think that coexistence is giving us more opportunities and more possibilities, and to make the best use of the skills and all the experience. So today, you will reflect on the most appropriate tools to deal with environmental, human, and social impacts of companies, comparing traditional tools with the new and innovative one. Here we are. I think that I will use flexibility and coexistence. As I say, I believe that it's really time to change our way of thinking, analyzing problems, and finding solutions, adopting a flexible approach. And this, I think, that is true for us as individuals, as companies, and as institutions. The available tools cannot be considered separately. We cannot look at them in silos. Rather, we need to look and analyze all the connections among them with a projection into the future. These ways of thinking will allow us to find the most appropriate tool or the coexistence of tools based on the context, the environmental, and the interest to be considered. This approach will also allow us to be brave. Brave enough, where needed, to let go of solutions from the past. We cannot take the risk of crystallizing solutions or to choose solutions that they are already obsoleted. You will discuss benefit corporation. Regardless of the definition and corporate label, it really is time for every business to play a central role in society, for the development of the communities and territories in which it operates. The multiple crises and unprecedented obstacles require companies to have an active role in facing these challenges, promoting change and contributing to a better world. And frankly, this is a business imperative. It is in the best interest of the companies to embrace this role, to remain competitive and attractive for stakeholders, for their clients, for their employees, for their pool of talents. And in order to make a positive impact, companies need to clearly identify their raison d'être, their noble purpose, the reason for which they exist, and what society would lose without them. And I think that in this context, again, the double L dimension, long-term and large vision, is crucial. A long-term strategic perspective and a large and comprehensive vision able to include and to take account the expectations and needs of all the relevant stakeholders. When you will discuss the control enhancing mechanism that may contribute to pursue the long-term socially desirable actions, again, let's have in mind the strategic long-term and large vision and flexibility, taking into account that we have to look at things from different perspectives and to balance interest, frankly, for the benefit of our markets and overall growth. You will come to arrive to reflect on family businesses that certainly represent a key driver for sustainable business models. And I completely agree. And it's time for family businesses to promote a change, focusing on coexistence instead of succession. We are looking at corporates that they have 4, 5 generations. And I think that we have to make the best of the skills and experience of different generations. Let's stop to look at the stereotypes like the most experienced are the ones that they have the context, the youngest are the ones who have the energy. Let's look around the people that we have on the table and make sure that you use the best talents. So we go for diversity of experience, diversity of skills, and in this coexistence we find the way to get the best from this company. I would like to close reminding you that and focusing on the central words for this first day, that is responsible enterprise. Our countries, our societies, our people need responsible enterprises, moving toward a new model of capitalism, revisited capitalism. And we said that the world has changed and is continuously changing. And the new challenges are ahead of us. We are going to face very difficult times, and companies are required to respond to these challenges by playing a more central role and making a significant contribution to the world and the society. Flexibility, double L dimension, long-term and large vision, coexistence instead of succession, I believe that they are crucial. And last but not least, it is important, again, to have courage, to be brave, to let go of well-established and well-known solutions where they are no longer appropriate. I wish you to make the best of today and tomorrow, and hope that you are inspired to face future challenges with always just one big ambition, that is to live a better world. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage Herman Demps.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let me first say that I was very impressed with the words that Claudia pronounced, and I share fully your comments. I'm very proud and very honored as chairman of ECGI to welcome this distinguished audience at this two-day conference. I'm also proud that ECGI can be co-organizer with these prestigious organizations here in Milan, Assonime and Bocconi. I must say, I've been told that the preparatory work has been very intense, and I know it's custom to thank people at the end of the conference. I would already start by thanking the people that have prepared this conference. And I'd like to mention Annabella, Elisabetta, Barbara, and Mattea for all the work that they have done. Capitalism Revisited. That is the title of this conference. And indeed, the business world and the investment world are today at real crossroads. And I know you've heard this many, many times. And that's why I use the word real crossroads. We have very often talked about crossroads and choices we had to make, but now we are at real crossroads. And the question in front of us is, what direction will companies and capital markets take in the future? In the past, the business and the investment world have been overall a good thing for the development of the world and the development of society. But today, the world and society are changing. That means that if business and capital markets want to continue playing a good role, they have to change with the world. And you know the changes. Climate is changing. Inequality is growing, and that's a real concern. Diversity in the world is increasing. Globalization is taking a step back, and we are moving to a global new world that may exist in different blocks, not in one global world. People have different expectations about their life, and they want a meaningful life. They just don't want to work for people that they don't know, shareholders that they don't know. They want to do something for themselves. And customers are demanding products, and they want a sustainable world to live in. So business and investment world have to respond to these critical changes. And the old models of governance, which were very much rule-driven, do this, don't do that, will need to change. I like to talk about corporate governance 3.0. And we have had two previous types of governments. The type of governance which I call governance 1.0 is the governance where everything was focused on solving problems between managers and shareholders. And that is the world that came about some 50 years ago after famous articles by Milton Friedman saying we should be focusing solely on the shareholder. The second type of corporate governance that came about very much in Europe, where we had issues of majority shareholders, sometimes called reference shareholders, and minority shareholders. How do we deal with these different types of shareholders? Today, and I think it has a lot to do with the COVID period, we're moving back to the corporation as a concept, as a whole, as an institution that brings together many players, many stakeholders. And so we're trying to look for a corporation and a corporate model and a governance model that can deal with these stakeholders. That is what we're going to discuss today and tomorrow. I hope you will enjoy a very fine conference. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage Luca Garavoglia.
Good morning. With the organization of the two-day event on responsible capitalism, Assonime aims to support and encourage the growing commitment by market forces and civil society towards social and environmental challenges. The ambition of this evolution need to be supported not only by the development of adequate policies and practices, but also by a sort of refoundation, or at least serious revisitation, of the cultural basis of corporate economics. For these reasons, we have decided to unite with the European Corporate Governance Institute and Bocconi University in organizing this event, so as to provide a forum for a lively dialogue between very distinguished academics and practitioners on the evolving role of responsible enterprises and investors. Today, the focus will be on the corporate aspect, with a number of key leaders of Italian companies, both large and medium-sized, presenting their experience project in the area of sustainability following an academic introduction. The discussion will focus on three issues which are very relevant in the Italian context. First, the development of company purpose, also considering the opportunities offered by the Italian legal framework for benefiting corporations. Second, the role of controlling owner and the use of enhanced voting power as a tool for improving long-term orientation and corporate strategy. And third, the specific situation concerning family enterprises and how their governance can evolve to support and preserve their commitment towards sustainable success. It's not by chance that this conference is hosted by Borsa Italiana, as capital markets can play a key role in supporting the evolution of responsible enterprises. Climate change, social responsibility, together with digitalization, require a large amount of investments, and this calls for a well-organized and an efficient market for risk capital. In this respect, the Italian context is facing profound and long-term underdevelopment. It is due to the structural weakness of the Italian ecosystem, such as the inefficiency of the judicial system, the uncertainty and variability of the corporate tax regime, the underdevelopment of industry for financial services, as well as cultural reluctance by the corporate world to fill the transparency gap required to access capital markets. But a relevant role in perpetuating the underdevelopment of the Italian stock exchange was played also by the evolution of the domestic regulatory framework and supervisory approach. Both of them failed to adapt to the growing competition by more dynamic and flexible national system. Currently, we are facing in Europe a new imposing wave of regulation addressing sustainability issues. They will set ambition, disclosure duties, as those provided by the Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive, and even behavioral rules, such as those provided by Purpose Due Diligence Directive. As a matter of fact, while sustainability challenges affect the economy and society on a global scale, Europe is playing a leading role in the development of policies and best practices. This approach creates opportunities, but also risks for the European economy. The new rules will deeply affect corporate life, increasing costs and requiring big organizational changes. It is important that their implementation be gradual and proportionate, and that the whole regulatory system be maintained, balanced, and affordable. This means, particularly in the Italian context, that a comprehensive revision of the current set of rules should be envisaged in order to avoid undue competitive disadvantages for companies and to further discourage their access to capital markets. One way to ensure the balance of the new regulatory framework is to promote a larger flexibility of rules and to enhance corporate autonomy in establishing their government arrangements and procedures. To address the new challenges, responsible enterprises should be allowed to freely determine the allocation of governance power, providing the necessary transparency of their choices and the underlying rationale. It will then be up to the market, including investors, but also other relevant shareholders and stakeholders, to assess the outcome of the different solutions proposed, not only in terms of economic result, but also for the impact of society as a whole. The other way is to progress substantially towards the European Capital Market Union. The mix of policy goals set by the European Union, combining the pressure for a structural step up towards social and environmental sustainability with the need to promote economic growth, has to be supported by the real integration of European capital markets. This means overcoming the current fragmentation created by the lack of a true common set of rules and supervisory approaches, even in areas where maximum harmonization was pursued. The introduction of the new rules on sustainability risks emphasizes this problem, as they rely on the different national institutional frameworks for key aspects of their implementation, such as for their enforcement, while in Europe coexist very different disciplines and cultural habits. Assonime strongly supports the move toward a single supervisor for the European capital market and giving more powers and stronger governance independence to ESMA, on the model of the European Central Bank. The current trend of consolidation of European stock exchanges, led by the network created by Euronext, could also contribute to overcoming fragmentation, not only through a larger pool of liquidity, but also through a stronger convergence of the listing rules. To sum up, we're all facing big challenges in which the long-term need for radical transformation meets with severe strategic and conjunctural tensions. In this framework, corporations are called to play a key role in driving transformation, while maintaining their ability to create economic and social value. In order to carry out this function, it is fundamental to guarantee a sound institutional and regulatory framework and a coherent policy vision. Assonime hopes this conference will provide valuable inputs in support of such an evolution. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage Colin Meyer.
Good morning. As we've already heard, the world is fundamentally changing. With it, business is changing. Business is the most important institution in our lives. It clothes, feeds, and houses us, it employs us, and it invests our savings. It's the source of economic prosperity and the growth of nations around the world. But there's also a growing recognition that it's a source of environmental degradation, destruction of nature, inequality, social exclusion, and mistrust. And business is changing with this. It's increasingly realizing that its purpose is not simply to profit. It's recognizing that the means as well as the money matter. The source as well as the size of the profit matter. It matters whether business benefits from environmental degradation. It matters whether profits come at the expense of people. It matters whether shareholder value destroys societal values. And it matters because societal values create shareholder value. Business knows this, investors know it, and regulators know it and are responding. Nowhere more so than in Italy. It was the first European country to legislate on benefit corporations. Its companies are adopting purpose and sustainability in their bylaws. They're incorporating corporate governance codes in their businesses and sustainability in their strategy, risk policy, remuneration, and reporting. But it's not enough. B Corps have been great. A public purpose alongside private profit is great. The massive growth in numbers of B Corps in the US and Europe is great. The incorporation of public benefit in law and purposes and bylaws are great. But they're not enough. They've not done enough. Why? because the world hasn't changed enough. The problem is not, as Keynes said, in the long run, we're all dead. The problem is that we'll all be dead in the short run. We simply cannot wait on the mass of small B Corps to become bigger, or the small number of large B Corps to become more numerous. We must boil the oceans, because otherwise the oceans will boil us. What's more, we're going backwards, not just forwards. Greenwashing, purpose washing, ESG bashing, woke jokes are no joke. They reflect a deep-rooted cynicism, antagonism, and hostility, which will bring responsibility and sustainability to a grinding halt. That's what's happening in some states, in the United States, or should I say, the un-United States of America. And the reason is that the backlash is quite justified. ESG is a problem, not a solution, worse in many respects than its CSR predecessor. It's inconsistent, unverified, unassured, and unaudited. Purpose statements are usually corporate promotion, and sustainability is simply unsustainable. Why? Because the existing system is incoherent. You cannot have a system that presumes you will do well by doing good. You don't. You often do better by doing bad. You cannot presume that in the long run, the virtuous are rewarded. They are not, because they can't get there. They cannot implement the long-term policies that are needed without being undermined by the short-term behavior of others. You cannot assume that competition, regulation, or government will sort it out. They haven't, and they won't. You must have a system that is coherent. You have to live up to one simple fact. So long as it's profitable to benefit at the expense of others, it will go on happening. You can have as much non-financial reporting, material risk assessment, investor engagement, stewardship as you like. But if it's profitable to make money out of others, people will do it and compete to do more of it. Corporate purpose gets you nowhere if you do not recognize what it is. It's not simply a statement of a company's North Star, its mission, its vision, its enlightenment, and its halo. That is just flannel and flam. It must have real substance to have any significance. It must be a real challenge in terms of corporate ambition and credible proof that a company does not profit at the expense of others. What is a corporate purpose? And what is the purpose of business? The purpose of a business is the reason why it exists, why it's created, and its reason for being. The purpose of business is to solve problems. Problems that you and I face as individuals, societies, and the natural world. And to do so in a particular way, a way that is commercially viable and profitable. Because business is not philanthropy. It's about making money. But it's also about how money is made. It's made from producing solutions, not problems for others. So the purpose of a business is to produce profitable solutions for the problems of people and planet, not profiting from producing problems for either. Why? Because if companies produce profitable solutions and don't profit from producing problems, then they profit from problem solving, not creating, from solving a problem, not creating them. Then and only then do we align purpose with prosperity, money with morality, and sustainability with incentive compatibility. How does one do this? The short answer is through law, ownership, governance, measurement, incentives, finance, and investment. The long answer is by aligning every part of a capitalist system with profitably solving, not creating problems. Companies need to have owners that take responsibility for ensuring that their firms profit from producing solutions, not problems, over the long run as well as the short run. Governance needs to ensure that every part of a business owns its part of the corporate purpose and knows what problems it is there to solve profitably. It needs to empower everyone, from the board to the shop floor, to do exactly that. It needs to measure its performance against fulfilling its purpose of solving problems. It needs to measure the profit it derives from doing so and incur the costs of correcting the failures when it doesn't do so. Finance needs to provide the resources to allow companies to deliver on their purposes and steward them to do it profitably. And companies need to partner with governments in investing in solving the world's biggest challenges profitably, because business cannot and should not solve them on its own. But to do this, there has to be a better alignment between interests of governments that supposedly are interested in the public benefit and the private sector interested in profit. Will it take a decade to achieve this? No, it can't and it need not. It can be achieved in a matter of a few years. We have the laws, ownership, governance, measurement, incentive, finance, and investment are ready to do it. They are public benefit corporations and impact investment. But it's no use B Corps being cute things that some small companies do, and impact investing being restricted to the impact funds that invest with a conscience. All companies must be public benefit corporations that have a public benefit as well as a profit purpose and profit from producing solutions, not problems. And all institutional investors need to be impact investors who invest in and steward companies to produce profit from solving, not creating problems. We, and Italy in particular, have the tools to achieve a systemic change, but all the Italian corporate and institutional investor sectors need to use them, and all the world needs to adopt and implement them. Let me conclude by abusing my privilege as a speaker and preempt some of the panel discussion which follows this by giving a very brief response to some of the topics that I believe will be debated. That will give the panel members the opportunity to disagree with everything I've said. Firstly, how should sustainability issues be incorporated in a company's strategy, risk policy, remuneration, and governance? My answer would be through putting a purpose of profitably solving problems without profiting at the expense of others at the heart of all of its strategy, risk policy, remuneration, and governance, and ensuring that they are all aligned. Second, how should companies communicate with relevant stakeholders, and how are their views brought to the board? My answer would be through ensuring that everyone in the organization, from the board to the shop floor, own their part of the corporate purpose, understand it, and are empowered to implement it. That way they are entrusted to promote profitable problem solving and engage with their relevant stakeholders in solving their problems. The reason that delegation is so important is that the board cannot possibly understand what is going on throughout its organization, let alone in its entire ecosystem. It's those on the shop floor who can and do build the relations of trust with others who need that delegated authority. And it's for the board to ensure that the right values and culture pervade the organization to allow delegation of authority, employees to be entrusted, and real two-way communication to take place between the board and the shop floor. Finally, should companies adopt purposes in their bylaws and adopt benefit corporation status? Yes, but with two provisos. The first is that the purpose is meaningful in terms of profitable problem solving, and secondly, that there is a credible and irreversible commitment to its delivery through all companies adopting public benefit corporation status. Let me illustrate with two examples. The first is a water company in the UK that 2 years ago incorporated its purpose in its Articles of Association. It's been one of the worst water polluters in releasing untreated sewage, accounting for 1/4 of all serious water incidents in the UK in 2021. So much so that 40% of the River Cam in Cambridge, flowing alongside those punting beside beautiful King's College, is estimated to be sewage that the company has discharged. The notion of filthy lucre has rarely been so apposite, and the limitations of simply relying on incorporation of a corporate purpose in a company's articles never been so evident. The second is a Swedish bank that has adopted a clearly defined purpose of putting its customers' interest first and setting up the ownership, governance, measurement, and incentives to do that. 50 years ago, it inverted the traditional structure of a bank. It switched from being a bank run from the top to one that delegated decision-taking from the board to individual branches of the bank. So much so that the mantra of the bank is now that the branch is the bank. It eliminated bonuses and financial incentives and instead instilled the culture and values of the bank in everyone, from the board to the shop floor. And above all, it put trust in those at the bottom of the organization to promote and uphold the corporate purpose. They, in turn, built relations of trust with their customers, and the bank was transformed from a traditional transactional bank selling products at the highest possible price to a relationship bank, growing and profiting as its corporate borrowers grew and profited. The result has been that the bank has consistently been one of the most stable, profitable, and highest shareholder return banks, with the highest levels of customer satisfaction of any bank in Europe for the past 40 years. More generally, the foundation-owned firms, enterprise foundations of Denmark, Germany, and elsewhere, Bertelsmann, Bosch, Carlsberg, IKEA, Maersk, and Velox are examples of firms with owners committed to purposes. They are some of the largest and most successful firms in the world, and they illustrate the potential for Europe to be at the forefront of leading the transformation of capitalism around the world without relying on a jungle of regulations to do it. In sum, so long as foul pay flows from false profits, then corporate purpose and commitments are not worth the paper they are not written on. Put a stop to it. Ensure that profit flows from solving, not causing problems, and that the required ownership, governance, measurement incentives are in place to do it. And the prosperity of businesses and their investors will be everyone's prosperity. It's inspiring for everyone, for employees, for customers, for communities, and for investors. It's the way to recruit talent, create customer loyalty, promote societal support, and reward investors. Don't trust me, do it. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage Jennifer Hill.
Good morning, everyone, and if I could just thank Assonime and Bocconi and ECGI for the invitation to be here. It is wonderful to be in Milan again. And I'd also like to congratulate the organisers for the wonderful timing of this conference. I woke up this morning to read the New York Times and an article in the New York Times telling us that the founder of Patagonia, Yvon Chouinard, had just transferred the $3 billion outdoor apparel company to a trust that was organised to protect the company's values, the Patagonia Purpose Trust. And he made the comment, "Earth is now our only shareholder." So I think that's a great point to start with. I want to go back just to the global financial crisis for a moment. And John Plender from the Financial Times said business has a legitimacy problem. And I think our conversation today about business purpose, about benefit corporations, is very much a contemporary response to this legitimacy problem. And in giving this commentary today on Colin's wonderful presentation, I just want to ask 4 questions, and I'll start with my first. My first question is, what is the purpose of business purpose, and where does it fit within corporate law theory and history? And I'm going back even further here to probably the most famous corporate law text ever written by Professors Burley and Means, the US text, The Modern Corporation and Private Property in 1932. And interestingly enough, they wrote a very complex, very nuanced book about business in The Modern Corporation and Private Property. And they saw the corporation as a profoundly ambiguous body that straddled public law at one end and private law at the other end. And they said, it's uncertain which way business will go in the future, and it can shift between those two ends of the spectrum. Now, of course, as Herman Domes has told us this morning, since the 1970s and 1980s, we've had a profoundly private conception, an anti-regulatory and private conception of the corporation, where the one and only problem, really, of the corporation was viewed as being misalignment of interests between shareholders and managers, and the problem of underperformance. How do we incentivize managers to make lots and lots of money for shareholders? During the period that this has been the dominant model of the corporation, we've also seen corporations gain power and gain rights. And 2 US cases that are very prominent in this area, the Citizens United case of 2010 and Hobby Lobby of 2014, giving really significant rights to shareholders. Now, Colin's presentation, of course, comes out of this very well-known British Academy study on the purpose of the modern corporation. And I think that it's so important because it is a major course correction from the Milton Friedman type approach of the private conception of the firm. The approach we're discussing today takes a public conception of the corporation rather than seeing it as just a completely private entity. It doesn't talk about corporate rights as much as it talks about corporate responsibilities to society. It also recognises that we have multiple problems in corporate law today. It's not just about how do we, have well-performing companies. It's also about how do we prevent companies from causing harm to society and to the planet. How do we provide guardrails around negative externalities? And business purpose is one of the tools that is being considered at this time to try to make this major course correction in the way that we think about businesses. So my second question, what are the implications of business purpose, not in the, non-meaning way that Colin said some companies will just put it in a very superficial way, but in a genuinely embedded business purpose? What are the implications? Well, as Colin told us, it means that it's not just about making profits anymore, it's about how you make those profits. And business purpose in this respect ties in with many contemporary debates, ESG debate, corporate culture debate, stakeholder protection and voice, corporate reputation, and particularly sustainability. And I think that in its most powerful incarnation, business purpose is all about how do you create positive externalities rather than negative externalities. How can business do that? And that ties in very well, I think, with a famous quotation from Thomas Sigsgaard, who said, you know, if you want to be truly sustainable, don't make anything, don't do anything. But the second most sustainable way is to make something very useful to solve a problem that hasn't been solved. And that lies very much at the heart of Colin's conception and the British Academy's conception of corporate purpose, I think. Business purpose isn't just a matter of corporate theory, as Colin has mentioned. It is being embedded now in Italian law, and it's also front and centre of the UK Corporate Governance Code and the UK Stewardship Code. And that matters internationally because those codes have been incredibly important in transmitting norms around the world. We tend to think of the US as being a dominant transmitter of corporate law. I don't think that is the case. The last 20 years, the UK has been the dominant transmitter of norms in the corporate realm. So my next question is, what does irresponsible capitalism look like? Because sometimes it's good to get a really close-up view of what we're trying to find an antidote for. And so one of the most important things that comes out of recent developments, I think, is the idea that incentives that we have had in place for the last 30 or so years designed to redress that one problem that under the law and economics model was the big problem of corporate law, corporate underperformance, that those incentives to make more profits have actually exacerbated the second problem that we are now recognising, the problem of negative externalities that can then result in irresponsible capitalism that harms society and harms the planet. So I want to give you a couple of examples of what I think are very good examples of irresponsible capitalism from my own country, Australia. I have travelled far to be here today. And the first of those examples comes from the Commonwealth Bank of Australia, the largest, most iconic bank in Australia. The Commonwealth Bank of Australia was found to have engaged in conduct which breached a number of laws involving, what did they involve? They breached many, many things, let me tell you. Anyhow, there was a study that was set up by APRA, who is the Australian prudential regulator, and APRA looked into these breaches, and the most significant of the breaches were very, very, very severe breaches. They were money laundering and anti-terrorism laws. So APRA, in its report of what had gone wrong with the Commonwealth Bank's business model, it identified a number of key problems. The first of these was a defective corporate culture. And it was a corporate culture that, interestingly, the regulators said everybody was actually too complacent and too friendly in this organisation. People were so pleased with the profitability that they didn't ask questions. They didn't ask that important question that Colin told us you need to ask: how are you making these massive profits? The second problem that the regulator identified was the problem of perverse remuneration incentives. Incentives that encouraged employee conduct, incentives that patted everyone on the back for making huge profits. And of course, the Australian banks weathered the global financial crisis very well, so they felt pretty pleased with themselves. And so these perverse incentives in remuneration frameworks were very important. Thirdly, the report said that financial success at the bank had dulled the senses of the bank and its managers to non-financial risks. Now, we know that non-financial risks today are often also financial risks. Certainly the big institutional investors know that. But in the Commonwealth Bank, there was not recognition of the fact that some of the activities that the bank was undertaking were actually encouraging and permitting money laundering and anti-terrorism. And then the final really important question I think that the report asked, it said every organisation should have it embedded in its DNA, this question for every employee. We might be able to do this, but should we do it? Is this something that a responsible business would engage in? And so that's something that has to be injected into an organisation's DNA. And corporate purpose can potentially go some way towards doing that. The second scandal, or the second example of irresponsible capitalism, arose in 2020, 2021, with Rio Tinto, one of the world's largest mining companies. It is dual listed in London and in Australia. And someone should have asked that question at Rio Tinto of, should we do this? Because Rio Tinto engaged in a blasting exercise in Western Australia in the Juukan Gorge. It was very profitable blasting exercise because it was looking for high quality iron ore. It was very valuable and it was good for profitability. However, it also destroyed a 46,000-year-old Aboriginal cultural heritage site. And it was said that it caused indescribable grief to the relevant Aboriginal communities. Now, ultimately, this unfolded as an example of transnational shareholder activism. The institutional investors were not happy that this occurred, and it's a very interesting example of institutional investor activism. But the actions of Rio Tinto in relation to the Juukan Gorge blasting scandal were said to constitute a potent global symbol of the growing importance of ESG investment and the growing importance of companies having a moral purpose at their core. There are many challenges to purpose being an effective guardrail or being an effective antidote to irresponsible capitalism. And Colin has referred to many of them, but I have some of them up there on the screen. And these are challenges that we need to overcome to reach the sorts of goals that Colin talked about in his presentation. Some of the challenges are that there seem to be different meanings out in the ecosystem about what purpose means. And that's also, I think, contributing to that is the fact that we use corporate purpose in corporate law in a number of different contexts. And so Ed Rock and Paul Davies have said, you know, what does it mean in this context? The second, I think, important challenge is that the pursuit of profit is still hard-baked into business communities' models. And this is something that Dorothy Lund and Elizabeth Pullman, in their wonderful article on the corporate governance machine, which will receive an award tomorrow, they make this point, and they say that, you know, in fact, benefit corporations have sidelined doing good, and that's not good enough. We need to change the whole of the business community. And also benefit corporations, you know, still come from our old model of the corporation. Another problem is the idea that managerial control and co-option of business purpose is a possibility. And that leads to the spectre of organisational hypocrisy, such as in the company that Colin spoke about that was polluting the River Cam while it was saying how committed it was to greening the planet. So that's a real danger, the idea of non-credible commitments and greenwashing, and we have to have ways to deal with that. So accountability is going to be the great challenge. Can we rely on ESG shareholder activism for that kind of accountability? For example, in the Rio Tinto situation. Well, perhaps in some examples, but most institutional investors are value investors. They are not ethical investors. They are in it to make money. We're also seeing anti-ESG resolutions and political pushback, particularly, as Colin mentioned, in the US. And although we are seeing changes in executive compensation to try to shift towards this new model of sustainable, long-term, purpose-filled business, it's of limited use so far, and the metrics are still an issue. So purpose, business purpose, has an important role, but it can't do all the heavy lifting on its own. But one thing that I do think can be very valuable coming out of business purpose is this idea that it can create and manage culture. And Edgar Schein has said the only thing of real importance that leaders do is to create and manage culture. And I think that everything Colin has said in his presentation leads to that end. These changes must be led from the top down in business. They must be real. They cannot be superficial. They cannot be examples of non-credible commitments. They cannot be examples of organisational hypocrisy. So I do think that business purpose has an important role in that shift that we're engaged in. And so with that, I'm going to pass over to our panellists, and I'm really interested to hear what they say is going on in the real world. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage the moderator of Session 1, Business Purpose and Benefit Corporations, Margherita Bianchini, together with panel participants Michele Crisostomo, Cosimo Pacciani, and Andrea Sironi.
Thank you. Welcome now to our panel, following this very inspirational part of the conference led by Professor Meyer. And the key word, the key concept of Professor Meyer relation are alignment of all the part of capitalism, coherence of purpose, strategy, risk, and remuneration policies. It's a big challenge, not only for the private sector, but also for the legal framework. And first of all, I would like to thank for being here our very distinguished panelists, Michele Crisostomo, Chair of ANEL, Andrea Sironi, Chair of Assicurazioni Generali, and Mr. Cosimo Pacciani, Head of the Research Hub of Poste Italiane.
Thank you.
We will organize the discussion into rounds, following our alphabetical order to start, and each panelist will have 7-8 minutes to answer in a very informal way. And this session is dedicated to the topic of purpose-benefit court model, which represent a further step to a responsible capitalism. And now we have to answer in coherence with this two-day event, and how can purpose and business strategy be part of this changement and this evolution. And to this regard, I would like to ask to you all, first of all, we will start with Mr. Crisostomo, How are sustainability issues incorporated in the strategy, risk policy, remuneration policy, and governance in your company? And to this regard, and as an answer of a very important part raised from Professor Meyer and Professor Hill too, do you envisage communication channels with relevant stakeholders, and in such case, how are their views brought to the board in order to be coherent with this from the board to the floor design proposed by Professor Meyer? The floor is yours.
Okay, good morning everybody, and thanks for this very complex question actually that allows me to go through what we do in terms of embracing a sustainable strategy and to break it down into whatever we do in our organization, trying to achieve what has been said before, the fact that we try to solve problems for people, bringing them electricity in the most efficient way, trying to minimize the environmental impact, and to do it also profitably, which is, I think, the big challenge of a company like Enel, which is in a sector that has complexities, and in respect of which, as we all know, there is a very strong, solid, and I think irreversible trend towards the energy transition. And in this respect, since 2015, Enel has been actually undertaking this commitment towards the energy transition, starting a process where all the aspects of the governance on one side and the organization of our company on the other side has been actually really aligned to this purpose. Let's introduce this term that I think will be reconsidered several times in all of this discussion, I think. In this respect, we have been starting from considering that a model where we have flexibility, and this is a magic word, as Claudia said, and I agree with that, flexibility in the way we develop the power generation, so starting from large-scale projects, considering that working on smaller scale projects, which are flexible from a geographical point of view. We can put renewables everywhere in the world, the wind and solar and sun are everywhere. We can have a different time to EBITDA type of structure for smaller projects. So in 2-3 years' time, we can really put a solar plant or a wind farm into producing something which is relevant to our EBITDA. So again, going from larger projects, the big plants, big thermal plants, to smaller scale type of projects. And of course, with a totally different environmental impact. And we have been discovering, due to the fact that we have a fundamental enabling factor, which is technology, first of all, and digitization as a pillar of the strategy on the other side, we have been discovering that actually this is profitable. So again, trying to sort out a problem which is the energy paradigm based on thermal generation in big plants, which means that you will be really depending on the territory, you will be depending on the resource, on the fossil fuels, which all the dependencies that will be deriving, and of course we are all experiencing what it means in a dramatic way. So starting from this model, we have been actually going through a model, becoming really an early leader in the energy transition in the global space, so not just in Italy, but in all the countries where we are present. And we have been discovering that actually developing renewables, relying on digitization to make grids ready to host several, thousands of sources rather than a few big plants, and then working on electricity services for clients, pushing them, softly to sort out the concrete problems, how I heat my home, how I move around in the city, how I can light up, in a way, my streets with the public illumination. Well, I will be sorting all these very concrete problems through an electricity dimension which takes care of the environment, so we work on renewables, that will be leading to solutions which are efficient in terms of use of the energy. So again, flexibility has become the driver through technology and digitization in order to support the development of renewables and changing radically our business model. Is it sustainable? Yes. Is it profitable? Yes. So that's probably what we have achieved over time. What it means in terms of overall organization of our company. Of course, a sustainability risk for us is a business risk. And a sustainability target should be a business target. In this respect, the basic element we rely on for developing our strategy, for planning, for doing our business plan exercise, is to try to cross priorities, which are business priorities, with the priorities which are stakeholders' priorities. Trying to understand when you run a business that goes into the house of, we have in the world 76 million of clients. So we go in the house of 76 million of people. When you have 2.2 million of kilometers of grids, so that's the dimension of NL. If you have a business like this, you have a strong impact on people. You have a strong impact on communities. So you have to listen what people need. You have to listen what the local communities would like to have in terms of balancing the need of having the security of the electricity supply with the fact that this should be compatible with a very low environmental impact and potentially with a positive social, effect in terms of allowing small businesses to grow, allowing families to be able to rely on affordable electricity in their home. So that's the way we have been developing the strategy, crossing the needs, the business needs, so our shareholders' needs, I would like you to make profits, with our stakeholders' needs. And this is, in a way, represented in what we call a sustainability matrix. So we have this matrix that will be allowing to identify those business targets that will be at the same time maximizing what our stakeholders would like to see from us. That's the way we identify our targets for building our business plan. So again, we discover that our local communities are happy if we set up renewables sources that can have a good impact from an environmental point of view, and through digitized grids, we will be putting the businesses, small businesses, big businesses, we're putting families in a situation where they can have flexibility in access to electricity at an affordable cost. All of this, so sustainability matrix, the materiality analysis, we make a sort of, we weight, of course, all priorities to understand what is the business target that will be maximizing also the result for stakeholders. This, of course, will be having a reflection also on the way we approach risks. As I said, for us, sustainability risks are business risks, which means that we will be combining the analysis in the way the board will be giving guidelines on the internal control and the monitoring of the risk tools. We will be making this very clear so that, again, the way we approach the risk is a combination, an integration between a sustainability risk and business risk. And I'll make an example of this. A clear risk for us, for instance, today, is that we don't find people which are sufficiently skilled and properly skilled to support the energy transition where we are putting all our efforts. So people, being able to work on climate analysis, on renewables developments, on digitization. The shortage of people with the right skills, I think, is a problem for a lot of industries. For us, is a big issue. How do we play with this? This is clearly a business risk that has to do with the social element. So we are going into the S dimension of ESG that we need to address firstly through social type of impact we tend to find through a number of projects. In Italy, we have really, for instance, I don't know, the project with Elis on the development of the people that will be able to work on these projects. But the point is that you go from a social issue that you know is a business issue, you have to work with social tools in order to address a business issue. That's part of our strategy. Then the remuneration policy. Of course, I totally agree with what has been said in the introductory speeches about the fact that we need to work throughout the all tools we have from a governance point of view to align our business objectives with, again, ESG objectives. So remuneration policy is quite key. So we have in our short-term incentive plan for top management a 30% of the plan which is linked to sustainability goals. So in the short term, we have the safety, and we have an indicator of the quality of our service, as again, customers at the center, of course, of our business model, through the number of complaints we receive from customers. Then in the LTI, we have again a 20% of the LTI which has to do with the sustainability targets. First one is quite crucial for us, which is the reduction of Scope 1 GHGs emission. The second one has to do with diversity. So we would like that at least 50% of people that will be going through the process for accessing to top management positions are women. And that's again a target, a KPI in our LTI for top management. Then we have a governance structure that will be making all of this becoming real. We have a corporate governance and a sustainability committee in our board. Then I go to the finance framework. Finance framework, we have been the first in the world to issue sustainability-linked bonds, which are quite a new asset class, which has also been introduced, into the collateral for ECB's transactions. So it is recognized as an asset class, where we have the proceeds of the issuance of the bonds, which are for general corporate purpose, but we link the remuneration to the pursuit of sustainability goals, essentially reduction of Scope 1 GHG emissions and development of renewables, so increase of our renewables percentage in our power generation portfolio. Well, that really has been a game changer, because we go from the green bond type of logic, where you will be linking the proceeds of the issuance of a bond to of a loan or whatever to a specific green project, while with an SDG-linked bond, you are putting your sustainability strategy as an underlying, irrespective of the financial transaction. And my last point about communication. Yeah. We have undertaken last year 480 interactions with the local communities, institutions, with ONGs. So the way we can really achieve the alignment between the interest stakeholders and our business purposes is based on communication. We need to talk to local communities when we set up plans. We need to interact with institutions, where we need to try to drive the public policies towards what we believe is essential for the energy transition. In this respect, again, the whole communication structure is definitely a fundamental tool for making our strategy being a concrete example of sustainable success.
Thank you very much, Mr. Grisostomo. We know that Enel is really committed to this evolution process, and such as all the big organizations in Italy, which are really drivers of the changement, even in a legal framework, was changing in Europe and in Italy as well. So now the same question also in another sector, which is the insurance sector, which is very important too, also for the investment on a global, on the global area. And so I would like to ask the same to you with regard to the coherence of your strategy, and as well the communication policy, the approach, which is not less important, as we learned from Professor Meyer. Thank you, Mr. Cyrano.
Yes, thank you. First of all, let me thank myself, Assonime, Borsa Italiana, and Bocconi University for organizing this wonderful event. It's a pleasure for me to be back here at Borsa Italiana. I would say, first of all, let me say that our sector, our industry is probably a bit less problematic from that point of view than the one.
Particularly in the time.
Yes, yes. I would like to say just a few words. I very much appreciated Professor Hill and Professor Meyer's presentation about the way I see these problems, and then I will go about the strategy that we're following at Generali. While I very much agree with what's been said, I think I would be I would be a bit more skeptical about the fact of looking at these problems, especially in terms of, let's say, a kind of contrast, a kind of contradiction between maximizing value on one side, taking care of all the stakeholders on the other side, the environment and so on. I tend to believe that a healthy company that, and I think it was in part evident by the example that Colin mentioned at the end of his presentation, a healthy company would pursue the interest and the benefit and the growth of its people, of the different kind of stakeholders, take care of the environment and so on, also because that contributes to maximizing value and benefiting the different stakeholders. So I don't see so much of a contrast, but rather complementarity. Of course, I'm talking about a healthy company, and I think maximizing value means doing that, pursuing that in the long term, not in the short term, taking into account risks, so in a risk-adjusted way. So that is just to give you an idea. What do we do in Generali? Now, first of all, sustainability is very much at the core of our strategic plan, the last one being approved last December. And it is around 4 pillars. I mean, as you know, an insurance group is mostly active in insurance and asset management, in investments. I mean, Generali is the largest institutional investor in Italy, one of the largest in Europe. So the 4 pillars are being a responsible insurer, a responsible investor, a responsible employer, and a responsible citizen. Just a few words about these. We have very specific targets as a responsible insurer, which means basically, for example, we are a founding member of the Net Zero Insurance Alliance. There are specific targets that are net zero carbon by 2050, which of course is very long term, but we have very many intermediate targets. Coal, for example, excluding by our insurance portfolio by 2030 every activity in the coal sector, and more shorter term or targets like in 2024, the end of the 3-year plan, 25. I'm not going into the details, but that is important to keep in mind because as my colleagues said, they would be incorporated in the incentive plans for managers. The same is true as an investor. We are founding members, once again, of the Net Zero Asset Owner Alliance. There are specific targets, once again, for the different time horizons. Many of them are very ambitious. There are on top of those that are, if you want, excluding type of investments, also proactive ones, where we have, for example, commitments to invest 10 billion more by 2025 in green and sustainable industries and so on. So very many ambitious targets that guide the entire organization. As a responsible employer, of course, we pursue diversity, equity, inclusiveness. Those are policies that we are engaged in a different manners. I think that the last sentence that Professor Hill mentioned, which is the one of creating the culture, I think it's extremely important. To give you an example, I was yesterday in Venice. We had a nice event with a number of employees from very much all over the world, more than 20 countries, from Ecuador, from Malaysia, and so on. And this was one of the events that we bring forward to spread this culture of sustainability across the entire organization. And here again, for people, for remuneration, we have very different targets as a responsible employer. For example, 40% leadership position for female by 2025. So very ambitious targets that we are very much committed to. As a responsible citizen, we very much care not only about the E of ESG, but also the S. Again, as an example, the event of yesterday was in Venice at the site of our Human Safety Net Foundation, which is an institution I all invite you to visit. It's in the Procuratie Vecchie in Venice that has been renovated with a very significant investment by Generali, and it's now open to the public. And it's a foundation that helps minors and refugees to find their way in life, also from a professional point of view. I think the other part of the question, I'll try to be brief, is one, remuneration, but it's very similar to what the NL chair just said. We have very specific targets, both on short-term and LTI, for the top management, both in terms of sustainability and diversity. I think in our case, the weight is a bit lower, 20% rather than 30%, but maybe it's also related to the nature of the industry.
You have time to increase.
Yes. Risk, we have a risk management framework that also takes into account environmental risks, very much in detail. And governance, again, we have a Innovation and Sustainability Committee. Let me mention the fact that our ESG strategy and results have been recently very much recognized by institutional investors. That there is an award once a year, which is actually voted by 1,500 institutional investors around Europe. We've been voted #1 insurance group, not only for the best CEO, best CFO, but also for the best board and the best ESG strategy and results. And I think that from a governance perspective, I just finally mentioned the fact that our approach and our results are also recognized by the rating agencies. One of the positive components of the evaluation is indeed governance. I think this is very important. By the way, we have a rating which is equivalent. We have Moody's and Fitch. We're equivalent to a single A, which is above the sovereign. I think it's the best rating in Italy for a private company today. Communication, to conclude, we have an approach whereby each function has periodic interface with the relevant subjects. So, for example, marketing with the customers, institutional investors with the investors, HR with the managers, and these surveys are periodically reported to the board of directors, and of course are taken into account for the decisions that we have to make. And I would stop here because we touched so many things, so we'll
Thank you very much. Yes, we know all the companies here which are here are very engaged also in the activity of the Corporate Governance Committee and the changement and the evolution and the last time concerning the sustainability matters. And so it is a continuous dialogue on this matter, always showing the importance and the history and by the board of directors toward these matters. So thank you, Mr. Sironi, and thank you to Mr. Pacciani for being here. Mr. Matteo Del Fante, the CEO of Poste Italiane, was not able to join us, and we thank you very much, Mr. Pacciani, to have accepted our invitation to be here. He's responsible of the research hub of Poste Italiane, and I would like to know from you the experience of Poste Italiane concerning the strategy, the policy on ESG, and as well the communication policy channel with stakeholders, which are the project or the current policy on this regard.
Yeah, thank you very much. First of all, thank you very much for the invitation, to Assonime also to replace Mr. Del Fante, also to remind other people that joined after. I'm not Del Fante, so whatever I'm saying is my own responsibility and not his. And I'm leading the new research hub that's been created in Poste Italiane, where we are trying to support Poste Italiane in terms of research, mostly macroeconomic things, but also looking at what could define the transition. Because I think if I look at the title of today, I will, instead of Capitalism Revisited, I will call it Society Revisited. Because when I joined Poste Italiane 1 year ago, and what I was faced with was to start working on a company that suddenly I realized is a sheer and complete representation of Italy in terms of spread of activities, because Poste Italiane was created 106 years ago, interesting enough, as one of the first network to support the Italian Carabinieri to build, to have a telegraph line and to postal services. So, in some extent, there is something embedded into the purpose of the company 160 years ago, which is still valid today. I think Poste Italiane is still perceived as, let's say, the backbone of services to Italy. Pretty much we arrive everywhere. I think we have 13,000 branches, and we have more than 120,000 employees, and 22 million clients. So I think the idea, when I was listening to Professor Mayer, I could see that there is a strong identification inside the culture of Poste Italiane, talking about sense of purpose, between the common destiny or the common future, using a moniker that was very fashionable in the 80s, talking about sustainable development, our common future. There's a sense of common destiny between Poste Italiane and Italy as a country, and now, or obviously, Europe. And I'm saying that because I think when we look at sustainability and we look at ESG factors, this is maybe where Poste Italiane is trying to make the difference, because you're facing and dealing with a variety of customers, variety of clients, variety of stakeholders. So I think the starting point has always been the S of ESG. We're looking at the society, we're trying to understand what is happening, and we are there to support a lot of customers that usually will not have access to specific services. Could be financials, insurance services, could be also obviously postal services, because you have a universal service mandate. So I think when we look at the company as a whole, I can see precisely this sense of identity between the sense of purpose of the management and the people working with Poste. I participated to a series of panels or meetings on the territory where our managing AD and series of managing directors, they travel across the country to meet the workforce and also to meet people to understand directly what is happening on the ground. And I think it's very important to keep this sense of communion and cohesion between what the company is doing, because of its mandate, we still have, and the sense of direction overall of the entire society. So when we look at the approach on ESG, is precisely that one. I think, like all the other panelists, we embed the ESG criteria into our own activities. Our industrial plan is built around the Sustainable Development Goals. So for each part of our industrial plan that will go to 2024, there will be continue with another one. We have this, we mapped the Sustainable Development Goals to our own activities. Poste Italiane is obviously has its own, is trying to do a lot of activities around greening the fleet, because it's obviously we have, I'm sure you saw around in Italy, the electric vans or the electric scooters used by our postmen. We're also greening and doing a lot of activities on reducing the carbon footprint of our real estate. And this is continuing. We have a similar target in terms of getting to carbon neutrality around 2030. Then depends. It's always a bit, now we speak about definition and etc. But I think the idea is that we have these clearly stated targets in our industrial plan, and we also stated this one and assessed every year in our corporate responsibility report. It's the third year we issue a report that is going together with our financial side to illustrate how we adhere and we support our path to sustainability, our adherence to ESG criteria, at the same time how we are able to provide a bit more cohesive and coherent picture of what the company is doing in terms of impact that the company is having on environmental matter, on society, and also how the governance is supporting this aspect. So apart from the activities, obviously they are there in terms of reducing the carbon footprint, and there is quite a lot happening on, as I said before, on as part of the equation, of the ESG equation. We have we have quite a lot of activity in terms of supporting, let's start internally, supporting the people who work for Post in terms of training, in terms of awareness, in terms of providing the skills that somebody was mentioning before, that we start seeing that kind of lacking in some areas. So the idea is to continuing internally also to create this sense, also, let's say, double purpose. You have a purpose to serve the company, because you need to have the skills. At the same time, there is a sense of purpose for yourself. And I think it's very important when you look at the corporate culture that people, they need to feel the sense that you're serving two targets. On one side, you're supporting your people because you need the skills. You need them to be, you need coders, you need people with particular skills. I think on the energy field is the same for us on a financial side. But at the same time, you want to give the idea that you're building on them, on people, providing them the tools to continue growing into the company, and also to grow themselves personally. We're doing quite a lot in terms of diversity at different levels. I'm very proud to say that Poste Italiane has more than 50% of the managing directors and workforce is female, which is, I think, is a target that's been declared recently as achieved, which is good. And you can see, if you go, I think 50% of directors of post offices post offices in Italy, more than 50% are women. And then we have a very engaging relationship with all the, what we call in Italiano, la società civile, the civic society, so or we call it the third sector. So there's quite a lot that is happening on an area of supporting charities and supporting also initiatives that support, as I said before, the fact that Poste Italiane is the nervous system of the country. We really arrive everywhere. And we arrive everywhere, both in terms of branches, both in terms of demographics. If you take the distribution of people working for us, the people that have an account or business with us, is pretty much the distribution of the country, of the demographics of Italy. So I think there is quite a lot then, as I said before, to support, for example, to support the country. This is why, for example, there's quite a lot happening on the digital space. We feel entrusted to support the digitalization of the country, or to close the digital gap, the digital divide, which is another important aspect, because if you think about the society revisited of tomorrow, you cannot ignore the fact that we are moving in a world in which hybrid experiences in any field will be more common. And we are dealing with a demographic structure in Italy, which need to support people to how to use technology. It's very important. And then in terms of engagement with our stakeholders, apart from the traditional channels of reporting, etc., we also have a very proactive activity on, we have what we call a multi-stakeholder forum that happens regularly, in which we listen to all the stakeholders, could be social parties, could be unions, everybody is involved with our activities. As I said, because of the complexity of what Poste is as a company. We have a variety of businesses that we're dealing and working in. So in some extent, I think this provides a bit of the picture that, of the kind of activities that we have, and this is all done through two directions. There's a tone from the top. The tone from the top is still, I think, important, because you have this capacity of the management to provide guidance and vision. I think Professor Mayer, in an article of a few years ago, spoke a lot about this idea that they should have the purpose also associated to have a long-term vision or long-term view around what you're doing. So I will use so instead of asking yourself what I'm going to do now, where I want to be in 2, 3, 4 years, because it's a kind of time, or even longer, you're talking about. So there's a sense of vision or tone from the top is coming different ways. is about, obviously, the other panelists that spoke about the fact that the ESG matrix or adherence to sustainability matrix is also having an impact on remuneration policies. We have a series of indicators. Ourselves, we fared very well on ESG ratings by different suppliers. But this is more, they say, the vertical structure. I think where in Poste, and allow me to say that, I started working for Poste 1 year ago. It's my first job ever in Italy. So I'm completely into two different new worlds for me. But what I found is that a sense of mission is really pervaded all across the company. I can use an example that during the pandemic, we heard recently that, well, during the pandemic on a red zone nearby here, Poste Italiane continued to provide services to the communities, for example, supplying pretty much with the help of the Carabinieri, so going back 160 years ago, supplying the pension services to people at home because they couldn't leave the home. And there was a story of a postman that was supposed supplying bread to the people in some village because people couldn't leave the home, and the postman was the only person who could travel and supply. And that is an example. Another example, I think, and then I will stop here in terms of how we read and we try to support the society as a whole in this huge process of transformation we have in front of us, is we launched the vaccination platform during the pandemic that was used first, again, here in Lombardia as a first place. And again, that started from the capacity of the management, but also the people working for Poste to read what was needed mostly in the moment by the population that we serve. That's pretty much the whole of the country. And this was created from scratch by our own resources in-house by Poste Italiane. And we are very proud of that achievement because I think it shows this capacity to link the sense of purpose, why I'm here as a company, a big conglomerate, but we link it to the fact that then that sense of purpose happens through, I think Professor Mayer was saying before, actions and facts and the capacity then to provide solutions, which I think is where I think I can see Poste is doing a lot about.
Thank you very much for this picture, thank you to all of you for the picture of the strategy you are currently facing now in your companies. I would like to have some minutes more for the last question. We put the question of the business purpose at the very beginning of this day, because purpose is a further step in the evolution of companies' attitude toward a sustainable economy, because emphasize companies' direct contribution to create positive externality. And with this regard, Mr. Mayer remember us that in Italy there is a model, the benefit corporation model, which incorporated a business to benefit of third party. So we have the model. We have also the corporate governance code promoting the achievement of sustainable sustainable corporate business success. Sorry, and so I'm interested in asking you if you considered the possibility of adopting a company's purpose in the bylaws of your companies, or opting for the benefit corporation status to give a more stable legal support to your commitment towards sustainability. This is the debate is open on this matter in Italy. Even we have the benefit corporation model. The number of the benefit corporation is increasing year by year, but the dimension of this corporation are still rather medium or small size companies. And so we are asking you, who represent the big companies, if this is a model about what you are reasoning or if you are looking at. So, Mr. Gustavo.
Yeah, I'll start with replying with a question that I make to myself first of all, which is the following: is it possible, for a company that has been really reshaping the whole organization, the whole strategy towards sustainability, that has been building its credibility on the market as a sustainable company, is it possible to depart from this strategy? That's the question. The other question ancillary to this is if you need, once you have made these choices, you need something which is legally enforceable not to depart. So I'm rephrasing your question in this way. And I think that the very straight answer to this question is it is not possible for a company that has been really undertaking credibly, pledging all part of its business and reshaping the whole organizational model it is not possible really to depart from this sustainability strategy. Because once you have been really undertaking a necessarily long-term perspective, you have been committing yourself in respect of a vision that will be lasting more than the horizon of a business plan. No, we have a 2030 vision. We have a net zero target by 2040. We have been ring-fencing this in terms of being credible on the market through financial instruments that this strategy will be putting as an underlying. So we have investors that will be looking at us saying, if these guys will not be complying with the sustainability target they've been putting as an underline to the financial instrument, they will be penalized on the market. They will be repricing all the debt stock. That will be a big impact, actually. So how it is possible that we will be departing from the sustainability structure, and whether or not, again, we need legal enforcement in respect of that. I'll make you a few comments here. So the debate is whether once you have been trying to be credible, whether you need to be subject to legal enforceability. So in respect of that, we know there are companies that have been chosen to have the purpose that we have in terms of giving the whole market the sense of what we do, to amend the bylaws, to introduce the purpose into the corporate bylaws. We know, of course, there are companies that have been choosing to go through the corporate benefit type of scheme. But let's consider the whole legal environment in Europe. We have all the EU sustainability framework, which is now very pervasive. How can a company like us trying to escape from that? And on top of it, is it convenient for a company like us to escape from that? So do we really need the legal enforcement in respect of that? That's, I think, is the key point. And if we look also at the legal literature on this, we see Professor Ferrarini said, actually, yes, the corporate benefit scheme is fine, but if you are following, and you have to follow, the EU sustainability pattern, you apply the EU corporate due diligence directive, you will be applying the EU corporate sustainability disclosure, reporting requirements. Do you really need to go through that pattern? Or maybe it can be a way to put a green label to a part of your business, rather than to the overall purpose of what you do. That's, I think, is really where we should be very careful in not to rely on these schemes as a way to create green rooms in a house which is not green at all. Let me go to the point on whether we would like to, or whether it makes sense to amend the bylaws. Again, I think that the bylaws can be easily amended through a shareholders meeting decision, which means that if shareholders agree, you can amend the bylaws. Yes, we can do it, we cannot do it. I think it doesn't really matter whether we do it or not, because once you have made a precise choice that coherently will be really building your credibility on the capital markets towards institutions, towards your competitors, towards banks and insurance companies, actually there's no way back. And I believe that once you go and protect the environment, you go and take care of biodiversity, and you do it for the interest of future generations, I'm simply mentioning an article of our constitutional chart, actually you are complying with the purposes that today is pervasive throughout the whole legal framework that we are applying to a company like us. So I think that, again, the point is you can make a choice, you can make a different choice, but if you are credible, you don't need it. And the invisible hand of the market today has a different inspiration than the one that Adam Smith thought of.
Yes, this is, Mr. Meyer said one thing which is very important also for the benefit corporation model, which is purpose must be meaningful. And this is a key point also seeing in the future for the choice of staying the purpose on the bylaws and the possibility of making this choice at the core of the choices of the boards and the debate of the boards. So thank you very much. Mr. Sironi, what do you think about including a precise statement on the purpose or adhering to the business corporation model?
Well, I think my answer would be relatively similar to the one of Mr. Crisostomo. As I mentioned, I mean, Generali is engaged, is strongly committed in a path which is designed in a strategic plan that has, as I mentioned, sustainability as its key pillar, right? And I think we have and we are recognized as such. I mean, we see ourselves, at least in this respect, a bit of a role model. And as I mentioned earlier, we are in some way recognized as such by investors, by rating agencies, and so on. I think there is a very clear purpose. I mean, as an insurance, Generali is 190 years old. And let's say, the social function of insurance was very much well recognized by its founders. I mean, the one of protecting people, companies, businesses, families, and promote economic progress, and so on. I think that if I look at my short experience, because I've been chair of Generali for just a bit less than 5 months, and I met many different people from many different countries. Of course, I was impressed by the fact they're very highly qualified professionals, they're very committed, they have significant expertise, most of them have very significant international experience. But one thing that struck me the most is probably the sense of pride, the sense of belonging to the group. It's quite impressive. I mean, when you talk to people from the group, they feel this pride of being part of the Generali group that has such a strong tradition, has buildings everywhere, and whatever, right? And I think this is a great advantage, because at the end of the day, a service company like our group is made up of what people do. It's made up of people entirely. I mean, we don't have factories and I think that, so as I mentioned earlier, making reference to Professor Hill's statement, final statement, we have this promotion of culture that goes in that direction. So would making a change in the Articles of Association really make a change? I mean, I think we can refer to the water company that Colin mentioned earlier. I mean, we don't see that as a necessary and useful step right now. We will probably have future discussions at the board level, but so far we continue with our strategy.
Thank you. The same question to you, just to...
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, the short answer is no, we're not at the moment considering that.
Easy to...
I could stop there. I could maybe say something more. In reality, using a word was very fashionable in the 90s. Synthetically, we are, I think, a benefit company. If you look at Poste Italiane, for the kind of mandate that we have in terms of a social mandate we have from the government, using always the universal service as an example, because it's then is the basis through which all the other services are supplied. And we are because of the fact that we look also at the impact and return on society as a whole of the clients we serve in a very granular way. I think is at the center also of we have a mission, we have statements in our industrial plan in which we state clearly that we are there to support the economic, social, and also digital transformation of the country inside the boundaries of what is acceptable obviously from a sustainability point of view. We also have, from the point of view, we also have, let's say, a role to play on the financial stability of the country, because the role we play with our also activity with the Poste Vita, with the Banco Posta, with our ECGI. So we also have that kind of aspect. So from a certain point of view, I think synthetically, we are in the space. Then if you look more at the fact that how this can be done officially or through the governance is a completely different matter. Well, I think we pride ourselves, we consider ourselves to be a company also looking continuously at how benefits and produce a value that is not only the financial return, but also how we measure the impact on our clients and in society. And maybe this is another aspect I would like to touch, because I think also echoing also the other panelists said, I think the last year, they say the series of pandemic, Ukrainian war, and now the energy crisis and the climate change, extreme events, in some extent I think they touch all of us in a way or the other, because if you look at the drought in Europe, especially northern Italy, or if you look at also the inflation crisis we're suffering now, I think if it's not the society, the companies looking more at these aspects, reality is telling us that there are aspects that we need to look more and more carefully. One is climate change, the other one is also, let's say, suitability of what we're offering, the financial stability of our clients,
and social problem as well.
Social problem. So I think reality is telling us that it's time to focus even more on some of the aspects that are the core of the benefit society concept.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your contribution to this discussion. Thank you for your attention. Now we can enjoy our coffee break. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now take a short break. Coffee will be served on the two upper wings at the far end of the room, reachable by the staircases. Please ask our staff to direct you. Enjoy. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage Marco Becht.
Thank you very much. So it's my pleasure to give a briefing on control enhancing mechanisms. And that actually brings me right back to the beginnings of ECGI, because ECGI started in Milano in 1997 and 98 with a project on the control of corporate Europe. And many of the contributors are here today. So for Italy, Marcello Bianchi and Luca Enriquez wrote the Italian chapter. There were other contributors who are here today. So in some sense, we are coming back to the old themes. At the time, we were talking about, in Europe, pyramidal groups and families. So we're still talking about families. We'll talk about them this afternoon. We are no longer so much talking about pyramidal groups, so some things have changed. And what are we talking about today when we talk about control-enhancing mechanisms? Well, we are talking about dual-class shares. They have been around, of course, for a long time. And then the new thing we're talking about is tenure voting, or sometimes referred to as loyalty shares. So the first thing I'm going to do is to go over the well-rehearsed and well-known facts about dual-class shares. Of course, tenure voting needs no introduction in Italy, but I'll go over that as well, and I'll argue that, in fact, tenure voting or loyalty shares are a kind of dual class, except they're not dual class. And I'll provide a comparison of the two. I'll then move on to a new frontier that's opening, which is that some countries that before were strictly one share, one vote, in particular Germany, are now have announced that they're going to put dual class on the books. That's new. Why is that? There's a new rationale for this. IPOs, I'll introduce that. And then finally, and I'll have to hurry up to get there, I'm going to make the link with purpose and provide you with a very powerful new argument why dual class, in fact, is something you might want to put on the books to protect purpose in a slightly different way than Colin Meyer presented it at the beginning. So let me get going. So first of all, what are the well-known facts about dual class? Well, if you have one share, one vote, which is the diagonal, then with 50% of the ownership, you get 50% of the voting rights. If you introduce a leverage of 1 to 2, you only need 33% of the voting rights to get 50%, of the ownership to get 50%, and then you go down to 8.1% if you have a 10 to 1. And then, of course, if like in the US, you can go up to 20 to 1, with a mere 4.8, you can get the 50%. And of course, when you then talk about what do people think about dual class, that's of course what institutional investors complain about. They don't like that. They think it's unfair, it's undemocratic that somebody can have 50% of the voting rights with a mere 5% of the cash flow rights. So that's very well known. Now, the argument against that is also well known. The lawyers, and we continue, I'm not a lawyer, but I hang around a lot with lawyers, so I keep learning language. So this in the US is referred to as private ordering or freedom of contracting in Europe. So, adults can negotiate what they want, so as long as this is well disclosed, well, then people can buy the dual class. What's the problem? Now, of course, institutional investors are not happy with that. They argue that there's a market failure, they want these things to be banned and so forth, and there's a debate which I'll not go into. Now, the latest wrinkling, of course, is sunset provisions. That's what is boiling in the US. Institutions want that to be mandatory. There's private ordering at the moment. Jill Fish is in the audience. She's written at least several papers on this, summarizing the US debate. She's taken a position on this, so you can also read up on that if you wish. Now, the UK, of course, slightly ironically, has reintroduced or is now allowing dual class in its listing rules, but it's sort of like un-UK-ish, not really private ordering, but they say, well, we impose the sunset, so you can list, but the sunset must apply to you, which is not really private ordering. Now, one argument that has been also debated on this is, of course, index inclusion, and that, if you like, is if dual class is allowed in the index and you're an index tracker and you track a particular index, it's not your decision whether you buy the dual class, but you're forced to do this because the company, you are buying the index and therefore you're buying the company. Now, the counter argument is, of course, that today we have a lot of choice between indices and some indices exclude dual class, so why don't you track a different index? So the private ordering argument goes through there as well. So in comes tenure voting, now also referred to as loyalty shares with tenure voting, except as the lawyers know, it's just one share class. It's a statute modification. So if you hold the shares for a certain number of years, you then get multiple voting rights. So it's not actually that they are different shares in any way. And I've just given you one quote from France. Now, the thing about this is that beyond France, other people have put this, or other countries have put this on the books, notably Italy, but also notably Belgium and Spain. Spain just put this on the books last year. What's been the motivation for this? Well, the motivation comes from the European directive, the directive as regards the encouragement of long-term shareholder engagement. So in Spain, it's the transposition of that directive. And if you want to encourage long-term shareholder engagement, well, let's have loyalty shares. Okay, that sounds plausible. Well, except there's a different reason for it. So how do loyalty shares work? Well, this is the case of 1 to 2, so it's exactly like dual class. So again, with about 10%, you can get 50% of the voting rights, nothing different there. But what you'll notice here is that these downward sloping curves. So what's different about loyalty shares? Well, the difference is your voting power doesn't just depend on how many shares you hold, but it also depends on what the other people do. So you might very well have that leverage, but if the other people hold these shares as well, well, then you go back to one share, one vote, which is, of course, a selling point for loyalty shares. Now, does that work in practice? Well, no. I'll show you that in 2 slides. The first thing, however, that happens with loyalty shares, because the number of votes changes all the time, it becomes quite complicated because you actually have to compute the number of votes every time so you can work out how much voting power people have. And then you get things like this. This is from France, that you get notifications of how many votes. Luca Garavoglia is nodding, so I'll show Campari in a second. I mean, he publishes these things all the time. So that's one difficulty that you have. The other difficulty is, of course, that you have to establish proof of ownership, and then in Italy, and I've taken the liberty of choosing We Build, you then create a register, you have to register your ownership there, but of course for institutions that's difficult because the shares are effectively blocked, so they can't do that. So they can't avail themselves of the privilege of the multiple voting rights, which is what purportedly one of the reasons is. Now, what's the effect of this? So I'm just choosing an example again here from France to be polite. So if you take a long-term owner like BlackRock, so index tracker, they do not get the multiple voting rights. Okay? Why? Because they can't block the shares. So de facto, only the controlling shareholder can get the multiple voting rights, which is why de facto loyalty shares or tenure voting is very much like dual class, except it has all these complications that I've just outlined. So I am going to use Campari as an example because Campari is, if you like, an amazing example. So first of all, it is an example of Centros or corporate mobility in Europe really working. So it's a transfer of seat to the Netherlands, and essentially it's a proof of concept that today corporations in Europe can avail themselves of all the control enhancing mechanisms available in the Netherlands. And that would be a separate seminar, what you can get there, but basically anything you might wish to have, you can get there. So the Netherlands is really the place to go if you want control enhancing mechanisms, and the Campari example proves you can do it. Okay? So that's why I think it's really a very important case. The second thing is, of course, that this is really a triple distilled dual class, so it also shows you how you can push the system to going to not just from 1 to 2, but from 1 to 10, and you do that in 3 steps. And then, of course, the effect is that you get exactly the same as you would from a dual class share system with a 1 to 10 leverage. And if nothing is done, then you can either control 50% with 10%, or if you already have 50% ownership, you're going to go after 10 years, if nobody else buys the shares, to over 90% of the voting rights. Now, what's then, so that's, my argument basically is that, yeah, I mean, loyalty shares are not really about loyalty, they are a kind of dual class in one class, but unlike dual class, they are less transparent because they have all these wrinklings to them. And in some sense, dual class is the more honest, transparent, upfront thing, which doesn't have any of these complications. But I think the panel will discuss why dual class, why tenure voting might still be something that people prefer. For example, Luca Garavoglia told me a story about why Campari chose that particular structure, which he might elaborate on during the panel. So what's the new argument here? Well, the new argument is that politicians like to look at charts. They don't like econometrics, but they do look at charts. And this is a chart from a European Commission or auxiliary report for the European Commission, which shows you IPO patterns in Europe. And you can see that Poland and Sweden have done very well in terms of IPOs, and Germany and the UK have done very poorly in terms of IPOs. These are net gains and losses from the stock exchange. Now, the UK responded by commissioning Lord Hill with a review, which then resulted in these recommendations to allow dual class, albeit as a compromise with, basically not being dual class because of the sunset. And Germany has just announced that they are also, Germany is going to reintroduce dual class, We don't quite know what the form is. Maybe Germany will actually reintroduce real dual class rather than the UK thing with the sunset. And that would then, the idea is that that would attract entrepreneurs to list on the exchange. And of course, what people have in mind is Sweden, and I'm not showing that here, and the US, because everybody knows the dual class entrepreneur listings from the US. Now, note, if you might have, so I've done this, so note you might have opened the Financial Times this week and you might have seen that Volkswagen is going to think about putting Porsche back on the exchange to an IPO. It would be one of the largest listed companies in Germany. What's the control structure? It's not going to be dual class because it's not available yet. They are not planning to go to the Netherlands, but they'll do it with non-voting shares. Okay? So if you have a choice between non-voting and dual class, would you rather have one vote or would you rather have no votes at all if you're an institutional investor? Now, let me come to the link between dual class and ESG, and I hope that you've not seen this argument before, so that it will be new. So this is a new powerful argument in favor of dual class coming out of ESG considerations. And the starting point is a bit different to what Colin Meyer said about purpose, because in Colin's vision, it's a bit like Benjamin Franklin doing well by doing good. So if you just have the right management and you really understand your business model properly, by doing good, you're also doing as well as you can and you get the highest possible share price. Now, there is a counter-argument which comes from Hart and Zingales, which is that very often there's actually a real trade-off. If you want to do good, it's going to cost you some money. And for me, one example, since we are in Italy, and I've lived in Italy for many years, and I'm over 40, my very favorite ad from the Italian press, of course, from Italian TV, of course, is Altissima, Purissima, Levissima. Okay, and since I'm German, I can do a fairly good Tyrolean accent. Okay, this is, of course, Reinhold Messner. If you've never watched this ad, please go to YouTube and watch it. Okay, it's probably the most memorable ad in favor of bottled water. And of course, note that this Himalayan climber, he's climbed actually all peaks in the world. What does he have in hand? It's not a reusable bottle, but it is a very nice Levissima plastic bottle. And in case you didn't know, Levissima is today owned by Nestle. Okay, so that's just a detail. Now, you also know the other side of the story, which is all the rubbish that's now on the top of the Himalayas. So plastic bottles are just not a good idea. Now, so Levissima comes from a village in the Alps. It's actually fairly high up, 1,200 meters. There's a spring there. How do you bring the water from there to Milan? I mean, a plastic bottle is a pretty efficient way of doing that. Now, if the company decided to no longer use plastic bottles, they would probably have to either build an aqueduct like the Romans, that seems unfeasible or expensive, or they'd actually have to use glass bottles. And that's going to cost you money. It's going to be expensive. So even if you can charge a higher price, that's not profit maximizing. Okay? Now, if you think this is fiction, people say that one of the reasons why Emmanuel Faber was ousted from Danone, because he wanted to ban Evian filling plastic bottles, and that would have cost them a lot of money. So there is a real trade-off here between a vision of not using something, namely plastic bottles, and shareholder value. Now, who prevents Danone and from Nestle from doing that? Well, you all know who is. In the previous days, it was corporate raiders and hostile takeover. Today, it's shareholder activists. And remember, both Danone and Nestle had a shareholder activist, a hedge fund activist, turn up at their doorstep, and they're pushed on price. So if you do something that gets you far away from shareholder value maximization, a hedge fund activist will turn up and push you to change the strategy. They will take board control, and they will force a strategic change to go back to value maximization. How do you prevent an activist from taking control? Well, you can adopt a control structure where you have more than 50% of the voting rights. Now, Hard and Zigales then say, okay, and there we get to the families and Morton from this afternoon, if you're a family and do this, and this is going to cost you 3 billion, well, you pay half of the 3 billion. That's very expensive. If you introduce dual class, you only pay 4% of the 3 billion. So paying the price for you, the price of doing good is actually much lower for you than it would be if you didn't have dual class. So this is a very powerful argument for dual class, except if you use dual class this way, you then get all the other issues that you import with dual class. So it's not that this is the sacred way out, but it certainly is a very consistent way for dealing with these situations, for enshrining a purpose that is not value maximizing in terms of shareholder value. So conclusion, so first of all, I think I briefly argued that loyalty shares with tenure voting are not the new dual class, but they're a sort of dual class. Practical problems can actually be overcome with technology. You could have a continuous counting of the number of shares. You could have an electronic register, so you could actually turn them into real loyalty shares or tenure voting, where also the BlackRocks of the world could get the voting power, but then it would not be dual class anymore. So maybe that's what, you don't want that actually. So maybe being old-fashioned here is something that people actually want. Now then, Patrick Bolton is in the audience. So Patrick has, of course, written a paper with Fred Samama on another kind of loyalty share, which is rewarding loyalty with warrants, so with cash flows. And that you can do in any case. You can do that for dual class. You can do that for one share, one vote. So don't confuse the two. Loyalty shares with cash flow rights, you can do anyway. Now then, IPOs and ESG. There is, of course, a strong argument for putting dual class. If you believe in private ordering and you believe there's no market failure here, there is a strong argument for putting dual class on the books, not just in Germany, but also in other countries. Why only put loyal or tenure voting but not dual class and give people the right? And in case that, as long as you're in the European Union, in case your government doesn't want you to have that, well, you can then talk to Campari and its lawyers, and you can say, see you in the Netherlands. And with this, I leave the floor to the discussant, and I very much look forward to the panel and the experienced business people who have experience with these control enhancing mechanisms and the questions afterwards. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage Francesco Gianni.
Good morning, everybody. I'm very happy to discuss this topic today. Also, I would like to give some thoughts of the topics from a professional point of view. So what we see in a law firm from a practical point of view regarding these new instruments that we're talking about. Let me start, however, to say that one of the most important changes in the Italian legal system has taken place with the departure from the general principle that we had for decades, which was one vote, one shares. Now, we'll go through the way this change has taken place, but it was clear that the Italian legislator at the beginning wanted to link the economic risk to the governance of a company. So there was a bias, let me use this word, against the fact that minority shareholders or shareholders having a small participation in the equity of the company would take control. Risk and control were to go the same path, in the same level, the same way. This general principle has been slightly eroded over the years. We started to see, for instance, saving shares that attributed economical rights but limited voting rights to the shareholders, and then shares without voting rights, and then shares with limited voting rights, so voting rights only on certain subjects. So the criteria, one share, one vote, was gradually reduced. However, the general principle that the number of shares that could be issued with limited or no voting rights should not exceed 50% of the equity of the company remained. So at least 50% of the shares had to be given to individuals who were risking the capital and received voting rights, which meant that by, in the examples that we saw before, if you had 50% voting shares and 50% non-voting shares, somebody having 25 plus 0.1% of the shares would have control of the company. That was the first step. These were the first steps to be taken. In 2014, with what we call Decreto Competitività, the Italian legislator decided to take one step forward, and the loyalty shares and the multiple voting shares were introduced. There was a big difference that was stressed by the Italian parliament, the Italian legislator. Non-listed companies could issue multiple voting shares with a maximum of 3 votes per share. Listed companies could not issue at that time, and then I'll mention the exception, multiple voting shares. But listed companies were allowed to issue loyalty shares. Loyalty shares, as it was indicated before, were sort of linked to the holding time of the shares by a shareholder. If you had the shares for more than 2 years, 24 months, then you doubled your votes. So for listed companies, the system was slightly less attractive in terms of control mechanism than it was for listed shares. There was a grandfathering clause, however, included in the Italian statutes that provided that a company that was non-listed, that had already issued multiple voting shares, could be listed maintaining the multiple voting shares, but could not issue new multiple voting shares. So somehow companies were not listed were allowed to take advantage of the system that they had set up during the time they were not listed, also at the time they were listed. Now, why was the Italian legislator induced to modify the system? But the main reason was that clearly the trend was for companies to choose as a place of incorporation of the activity countries that had a more flexible legal system than Italy. Certain companies had already left the Italian stock exchange and started to be listed in different stock exchanges. The Netherlands is the main example. And the desire of the Italian parliament was to try to keep the shares into Italy, the companies into Italy, and the activities, the headquarters of companies in Italy. Now, with the system that was introduced, with the grandfathering provision that I mentioned before, considering that, however, the provision that limited to 50% the shares with limited voting rights was kept in the books, in the Italian Civil Code, was not modified, you arrived at a position where, looking at the percentages that were mentioned before, if somebody who was already owning shares with multiple voting rights in a non-listed company that was subsequently listed, with 12.5% plus 1 share could control the company. So that was a big change, a big cultural change from where we started, 1 vote, 1 share. Now you with 12.5% plus 1 share, you would control the company, the listed company, which was more important. Let me just open a small parenthesis. We're talking about listed company mostly today. All of us Italians know that, and also some of our foreign friends know that the Italian economy is not really made by listed companies. It's made by small companies with a totally different approach. So, we are now limiting the considerations to listed companies, but there is another universe, big universe in the country that are the non-listed companies that should be addressed perhaps at a different time. Let me make a few technical considerations. some of which have been made by Marco before me. Multiple voting shares are a category of shares. They are shares, and they maintain their categories, their characteristics, disregarding who owns them. Once they are issued, except for the case of the listing company I mentioned before, once they are issued, the party buying the shares will maintain the same rights of the party who owned the shares and sold them. Loyalty shares are not a category of shares. These are characteristics attributed to all shareholders who behave in the same way. Shareholders holding shares for 24 months, any shareholder with one share or with the majority of the equity issued would benefit of the same provision. So they would receive a double voting for the shares until they hold them, because when the shares are sold, then clearly the new owner has to start again the 24 months. So, and this is not a category of shares. And so we're talking about two different animals from a legal point of view. No, the reasons for the loyalty shares, why we issued loyalty shares, why the Italian Parliament was induced to do it, has already been indicated. So I'm not going to bore you with repeating the same things that we indicated before. However, what I would like to stress is that, notwithstanding the fact that these new features were included in the Italian legislation, Italian companies continue to look at foreign markets, at foreign stock exchange markets as their objective, which means that perhaps the Italian system has not done enough in order to induce or convince Italian investors or Italian promoters to stay in Italy. There are a few questions, however, that I would like to briefly touch regarding this enhanced control mechanism that we are discussing today. I think the first issue that we should examine is what criteria, what principles should prevail. It is more important to maintain a link between equity and governance, or it is more important to foster stability of a company, stability of management? And I think the answer is not one. There are different answers. I think it depends on the objectives of the investors. Clearly, if you are a promoter, somebody who sets up a company and wants to grow the company by raising capital in the equity markets, you would certainly be induced to utilize one of the systems. And with the grandfathering provision that I indicated before, it is clear that if your objective is to go in the stock exchange, you issue multiple voting shares at the beginning, and you obtain the benefit when the company is listed. And with this 12.5 plus one share, by issuing 50% of the shares without voting rights, you would control the company. If, on the contrary, you are a player in the market that wants to buy a listed company, certainly you would not be happy if the listed company had multiple voting shares. So the two different positions, the newcomer and the potential buyer, have different views regarding the opportunity of utilizing control mechanism in a listed company. Is stability of the management an issue? I mean, we were talking about activists. Sometimes the activists want to invest in a company to modify the management, to review the business plan of the company, to rationalize the company, and therefore they would like to change the management. And again, companies that have multiple voting shares issued that would render more difficult for the investor, for the activist, or for any investor to change the management. If, on the contrary, you are happy with the management, you think that the management of the company is doing well, or that the business plan that the company has set up is acceptable and you believe in it, then on the contrary, you would like to leave stability to the company. So there is not one issue, there is not one answer to which system is better. Let's look also at it from not only the IPO, but also the tender offer aspect. How do you treat listed companies that have issued multiple voting shares? Do you look at the equity, or do you look at the voting rights? The Italian system has clarified that you look at the voting rights. So if by owning shares that have multiple voting rights, you exceed the threshold because you can buy them, you exceed the threshold, or by acquiring loyalty shares, you exceed the threshold, and then you have a 30 or 25%, depending on the kind of company that we are examining, then you have to start a tender offer. So that is, I don't know, I'm not aware of how other systems are treating this issue, but Italy has clarified that you have to then start the tender offer if you exceed the threshold. Finally, one point that has been extensively discussed in the prior panel and by the opening speeches today, what should prevail? When we consider the introduction of control mechanism into companies, what should we consider as prevailing? The interest of the shareholders or the interest of the stakeholders? I mean, my opinion, I share it with what was said before by Professor Meyer. I think that the stakeholder benefit has to be prevailing. A company is certainly generating profits for the shareholder, but also generating jobs, technology, many other aspects in the life of a country that I think have to be taken into account. How do you do it then is difficult because, as I said, the balance depends really on the position that the investors would take. As I said at the beginning, a few words on our experience. We work often with large companies, large investors, both financial and strategic investors. And our experience in the last few years is that the desire to have control enhancing mechanism is increasing. Very often, for instance, when we work on cross-border transactions, Italian companies that want to merge or acquire or have a business combination with a foreign company, the first question that they ask us is, how do we protect stability? How do we protect the management? And the answer is, you go to the country where those, if that is what they want to do, you go to the countries where these opportunities are higher. And Italy, certainly today, even with those changes that I mentioned before, is not the most attractive jurisdiction. Now, the question is, should we do more? Some of the speakers today said yes, the Italian government should do more than it has been done today. There was an attempt very recently with the so-called Decreto Rilancio to extend the possibility for listed company to issue multiple voting shares, but that attempt aborted. I mean, the law was not even voted. The proposal was withdrawn. And the reason was that it was seen more as an attempt to protect the country from the flying out of other companies than a mechanism that would be meaningful from a corporate law point of view. I don't think this is the last mechanism, the last attempt. There will be others. There will be other proposals that will be presented in Parliament. I just want to mention that control mechanisms do not have to be seen as limited to issuing shares. For instance, you could have a balancing between the majority investor, let's say the investor who has already a controlling interest in the company for various reasons, multiple voting shares or the majority of the equity, and again, always speaking about listed companies, and the minority shareholders, the investors, the financial investors. Certainly the voting list mechanism that we have in Italy is a very important tool that can be utilized. If this is seen also with the attempt to increase the number of independent directors and the role of the independent directors into the company, not only in the board, but also in the committees, the remuneration committee, the related party committees, the nomination committee, you see that you could, on the one side, allow somehow the shareholders who doesn't own the majority of the equity to have a controlling role, but on the other side, you have a balancing weight, a balancing role that you can give to financial investors. Final comment, and it was already mentioned, so I'm not going to spend much time on it. The harmonization of the systems in Europe has to take place at the European level. If we don't see an effort by the European Parliament to introduce legislation that will be then adopted in the various countries that somehow create similar rules, the competition between countries will continue and will not end. So it is a run that never finishes. You don't know how much you have to go further in order to be more attractive than another country. That is why I believe that an effort should be made by us, by people involved in these matters, to create sensitivity at the level of the European Union and see whether some step can be taken. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage the moderator of Session 2, Corporate Control, Chiara Mosca, together with panel participants Luca Garavoglia, Massimo Ferrari, and Andrea Vismara.
Buongiorno.
Chiara Mosca. Piacere.
Buongiorno.
Un piacere. Good morning. Good morning to all of you. I am grateful for the invitation to this conference and honored to chair this session. I found a lot of inspiration from the opening presentation of Professor Becht and Avvocato Gianni. They focused on the main challenges related to corporate governance, corporate democracy, and the market of corporate control. From my point of view, very important, the implication with the takeover law has been mentioned, and also the mandatory offer consequences in case of multiple voting structure. Now in this section, we will focus more on this control enhancing mechanism, tenure voting or loyalty shares if you prefer, and dual class structure. As has been said, there are significant divergences in Europe and worldwide on the possibility to adopt a control enhancing mechanism and multiple voting. In Europe, this is due, first of all, because of a lack of harmonization, of full harmonization in company law, and thus also the listing rules play a role in these divergences. In some EU countries, the introduction, the adoption of multiple voting structure has been on the agenda very, very often, and it gained new attention periodically, let's say. It has been mentioned, 2021, the reform of the listing rule in the UK. We all remember 2014 in France. The country moved from the pre-existing opt-in regime for tenure voting to tenure voting as a default rule. At the same time, Italy introduced tenure voting for listed companies and multiple voting for private one. Departure from one vote, one share principles also in Spain, 2021, and Belgium, 2019, in the form of a reward for loyalty, 2 votes for each share. So basically, we know that a lot of discussion has also been made from the academic standpoint. Years ago, at the time of the introduction of the Takeover B directive, we have been discussing extensively of dual structure as very powerful poison pill against takeover. Now it seems, apparently, that we are moving to discuss more tenure voting because they are a lighter tool, a lighter control enhancing mechanism, mainly because they are not permanent. We can introduce sunset clauses to stop the effect of the multiplication of voting rights. But we are also going to see tenure votings as devices to enhance sustainability, long-termism, and engagement. So basically, there is a lot of open questions, so I'm sure that you are going to contribute to the discussion today. So basically, welcome again to you, Luca Garavoglia, Andrea Vismara, and Massimo Ferrari. And I have basically common questions for you all. And I would like to organize in this way. The first questions, 7 minutes each for the answer, and then the same rule for the second round. Okay. So the first, let's say, group of questions is about the specific reason that supported the decision in your companies to adopt multiple voting structure, and probably even most important, which was the reaction of investors during the decision process when it was announced and afterwards when, for example, double voting matured. And second, I'm also interested in knowing which one are the instruments that can be used to ensure that multiple voting are used to increase the reach of sustainability goals, long-term value creation, instead of extracting private benefit of corporate control. Thank you. Luca Garavoglia first.
I'd say, first of all, the need for a decoupling between ownership and control has always been there. There is nothing new in that respect. And even if we take the Italian example that also Avvocato Gianni talked about, even when the rules were not there, you had two very powerful tools in that respect. One was saving and privileged shares, and the other was the pyramid groups, which no longer exist, but at the time that was clearly a way to get a control enhancing mechanism. I very much believe that 10-year shares are just a CEM. Nothing more and nothing less. The reason why 10-year shares has been so successful is that 10-year share is one of the ways to get to de facto double voting class shares without a tender offer, essentially. And as a matter of fact, the principle is the parity of treatment. So when you want to move from a one share, one vote situation to a double class share, you need somehow to cross the border. And in order to do that, 10-year shares work, because essentially you give the possibility to have 10-year shares to all the shareholders, and therefore only by time you mature the controlling situation. One other way to do that, which is highly inefficient, has been, for instance, followed by Mediaset. Mediaset, instead of going for the 10-year share structure, in order to respect the parity of treatment rule, gave one privileged share and one ordinary share to whole shareholders when they relocated to the Netherlands. That has two very big disadvantages, and that's the reason why we chose not to do that. The first one is that you have at that point a double listing. So you have two shares listed instead of one, and of course that is very detrimental to liquidity. And secondly, you cannot actually forecast what sort of premium will be given to let's say, multiple voting shares. And in theory, in a company like Mediaset with a stable controlling shareholder, the premium should have been minimal. And when we thought about going through that route, which we eventually decided not to do, we estimated that the premium should be in the region of 5%. And if the premium was small enough, then the controlling shareholders could sell the lower voting shares and buy the higher voting shares. In reality, Mediaset showed that the premium has gone up to 40%, which is economically totally unjustified. But if that is the case, that means that for the controlling shareholder, offloading the lower voting shares in order to increase the higher voting share can cost a fortune without a real benefit. To more specifically answer the question, in our case, of course, the reason was that we wanted to grow, and in order to grow, we needed to issue equity, and we wanted to issue equity without losing control, because there is one decision we cannot compromise on, which is appointing the CEO. We have the vast majority of our wealth embedded into Campari, and we can simply not accept that the CEO is not chosen by us. Then the CEO must be independent. We are very much against the family having a managerial role, but in the world you see a lot of CEOs that are perfect from a CV standpoint, and in reality are square idiots. So we don't want an Indra Nooyi becoming CEO of Campari that over our dead body, to mention names. The investors have actually reacted very positively, or maybe very neutrally, in the sense that we can hardly see in 20 years of history of the listing any correlation between the depth of the control enhancing mechanism and the appetite for the share. Ultimately, the price is solely dependent on performance and on the contingent situation of the market. And there I believe that, intelligent shareholders know that once control is not there, it's not effectively up for sale, it doesn't really change whether control is exercised with 50% plus one share or with a control enhancing mechanism. So you have two different kind of companies. You have a company, public company, where control can theoretically be bought, and then there is, of course, let's call it a speculative premium. And you have other companies where this is not the case, and the speculative premium is not there. The fact that the control is then exercised with one way or another is not so important.
Thank you so much. The second answer, Andrea Vismara.
Thank you. Well, in the case of Equita, the choices were made for different reasons. Equita is a small cap, it is an independent investment bank, and it's a people's business. It's a partnership. So there's no individual controlling shareholder, but it's a bunch of managers who are joined by a shareholder pact. And obviously, they've been selling shares in the past. Some of them get out of the business. There are new ones buying shares. So it's a dynamic shareholder base to a certain extent. Anybody who would want to invest in a firm like Equita would certainly want to make sure that the management, who are the people really creating value for the business, are clearly in charge. Because it's a people's business, that's the nature of the business. So when we got listed 5 years ago, we got listed initially on the AIM market. We couldn't use loyalty shares because technically it was a non-listed company, so we adopted multiple voting shares. When we then transferred less than a year later to the star segment of the regulated market, then we changed to the loyalty shares. And because we also assist investors and research, publish a lot of research on companies, so we have a pretty good observing platform on the market. Before we did that, we observed what had happened after 2014 in Italy, because a lot of companies had actually moved to loyalty shares in particular, because that's what could be done by listed companies. And to be honest, to date, even now, there's no evidence that institutional investors left. If we actually look at the shareholder structure of companies before and after, it was pretty much identical. And some of those companies did really, really well after moving to the loyalty shares. To date, also, I cannot say that there is evidence of malpractices linked to loyalty shares. Multiple voting shares, for all the reasons that have been discussed, are very limited in Italy because, frankly, going through the effort of issuing multiple voting shares for 3-to-1 instead of 2-to-1, it's just more practical to have loyalty shares. But again, there hasn't been much abuse of that. I must also say that I haven't seen many acquisitions that have really created that much value for shareholders
and benefiting from the fact that the core shareholders had loyalty shares and therefore double votes. So I think it's been something that has been successful and that hasn't really changed much, but gave comfort to controlling companies, controlling families, that they were in charge. And the same was, to a certain extent, for management controlling Equita, and for investors investing into Equita. So I think that's a very important point, because there's always a bit of a starting point that these enhancing controlling measures somewhat create the reasons for people to abuse their position. There's no evidence. In Italy, we've seen a lot of evidence of abusing Chinese boxes, as they were called in Italy, which were holding companies, controlling other holding companies and controlling other holding companies. Where we all remember savings shares that were described by Avvocato Gianni, which have always created very little additional value for the holders of those savings shares compared to the others. So loyalty shares, at the end of the day, have been pretty good for the market. How can they be offset by other initiatives to make sure that they're not abused? Well, there's plenty that can be done. We all comply with a very strict corporate governance code, which is very wide in its scope. We in Equita have a majority of independent directors who obviously are in all committees. We also incentivize ourselves as managers in strict relation to our ability to achieve certain business plan objectives and a certain value creation for our shareholders. And obviously, when it comes to responsible capitalism, we are very focused on ESG. We established our foundation. I won't go through all the things that we have done. So I think when I heard before, I understood the logic, but let me tell you that hearing that long-term perspective could effectively generate opportunities for managers to take decisions which were good for the overall community but bad for shareholders, it gave me the creeps a bit, because it's one of those things that we have seen in Italy. We have horror stories of long-term investors such as banking foundation destroying value through the banks that they controlled. So we have to be very careful about that. I think shareholder value must always be one of the important components of the overall balance of how a company is run.
Yes, thank you. This is an important point. And also I found very interesting the experience of moving from double voting to tenure voting, because the theory generally says the opposite, that multiple voting is a benefit of private companies that can be kept after the listing. So we are expecting to have companies with multiple voting during the IPO to keep this mechanism. Instead, they can turn and change and moving from the multiple voting to the tenure voting, which is also interesting to know about that. So, and
thank you very much.
The floor is yours.
Let me start with a preliminary consideration on some of the thoughts embedded also in the speech made by the professors before and from Franco Gianni. We asked ourselves about loyalty shares or multiple voting shares, starting from the market point of view. I would like to spend some more words in the second round, but I believe that we already are in the scenario made by Franco Gianni before, that the stakeholders weigh much more than the shareholders. We have the same standards, the same request asked from customers, from workers, from suppliers, than the one that we think come from the institutional investor or the minority investor we discuss later. So, because we are discussing of the competition of different systems, and the answer is the answer made by Mr. Garavoglia and by Assonime, we need a sole unique regulation in Europe. We need a most powerful regulator because otherwise we respond to other news, other opportunities in, I don't know, in a proper way. When we introduced the loyalty shares, it was the same time then Fiat took the decision to move the headquarters in Netherlands. And so we never stopped this competition about different systems inside Europe, of course. Moving to the We Build experience, we introduced the loyalty shares during a restructuring deal made in order to save the second player in the infrastructure segment and involving some public entities like CDP and the major Italian banks. So it helped a lot to balance the dilution for the majority shareholders because we made a capital increase that doubled the number of shares. And the second point, as Mr. Gianni told before, there are many different considerations to put in this field. We wanted to align the interest of all the shareholders to a business that has a very long span of life. Because to build an infrastructure, with the exception of the Genova Bridge that was at the end an easy and small infrastructure, takes many years. So we would like to have more investor with the controlling shareholder and with the major also managers, the top manager of the group for the longer period we can. So we didn't have, as Andrea and as Equita, any negative feedback. We have inside the register some long-term investor. We didn't have any of the classic investor like, I don't know, BlackRock, Norges or Vanguard, but we will discuss later. I would like to give you also some figures, some numbers on that point.
Yes, thank you. And I think that now your opinion that we need a solid and unique regulation in Europe with regard to these company law matters can allow us to move to the second group of questions. And then you are very good in managing your time, so probably if you want to add some consideration, we maybe have some minutes. So the second group of questions is about jurisdiction and the role of Europe, basically, because we have said that there are a lot of discussion in Europe, and time to time jurisdictions are reconsidering the approach toward multiple voting. Sometimes they say, can you allow more flexibility where multiple voting exists to modify the multiplier to voting, three voting, or even more? Or sometimes they are still deciding if they want to introduce multiple voting. So what I understand from the discussion here is that you consider multiple voting a valuable tool, and I share your view. You also said a lot of time balancing. You said that corporate governance may balance the risk, and of course a lot has been done in corporate governance regulation in the last decades, so this is also a good point to address. So going to my question, the question is, what do you believe must be the approach? If members' jurisdictions are reconsidering because they want to increase the attractiveness of markets and they want to enhance the attractiveness not of the single markets, let's say, but to the markets in Europe, because we know there is a decrease of the access to capital market, and of course there is an internal competition. What is your view about the policy device, let's say initiatives at the national level or at the European level? I can imagine the answer from some of you, but if you can develop a little bit more on this, thank you.
First of all, it's important to acknowledge that, for instance, in the Netherlands, tenure voting don't exist. So it's not that the Netherlands was particularly attractive because they had a tenure vote discipline. The Netherlands is simply free. And as I was saying, the reason why tenure votes were somehow invented to go to the Netherlands is because they are the only practical way to bridge from the, let's say, one share, one vote, even evolved into the so-called loyalty shares, into de facto a double voting, double class share. So I very much believe that initiatives should not be at the national level, and initiatives should not be towards a precise and strict and rigid discipline. I very much believe that we should leave a total freedom to issuers to do whatever they want, under the principle that I am a firm believer of the rule that in financial markets you can also sell rotten eggs, provided you declare it. So you have to be total freedom, but to make some example of how the devil can be in the detail. Essentially, the Italian law was copied after the French law. The French law is the loi Florange, and the Italian law was exactly the same with two relevant differences. One is that in the loi Florange French system, you have an opt-out mechanism. So double voting applies to everybody unless you choose the contrary. And the second very important difference is that when the loi Florange was introduced, there was a temporary exemption of the mandatory tender offer rule, which was not the case in Italy. And to tell the truth, and this is something I can affirm because I was part of the group, working group at the time, the only reason why the Italian regulator was in favor of the loyalty shares was because they thought that the Treasury could then sell stakes in Enel and Eni at the time, keeping control. The fact that there was no exemption for the mandatory tender offer, in fact, force them not to do so, because they would have, since they have a 30% stake, they would need to calculate very, very carefully the maturing of the voting rights not to incur in the so-called OPA di consolidamento. So this shows that rigidity is not the answer. On the very contrary, I think that the society is a society in the sense of a company, is a nexus of contracts, and contracts should be free to the maximum possible extent.
Yes, thank you for mentioning the mandatory offer, because it's a very technical but fascinating topic. And of course, the difference in France was the exemption, 1 year exemption, while in Italy we didn't have a similar one. It was left to the secondary regulation mainly to develop takeover rules. This has been done in a very technical way, but with some consequences on the market, of course, because only when the corporations were already above the triggering threshold, they were safe that they can increase
the practical consequence was that companies with a shareholder above 50% could introduce royalty shares, 45, because mandatory offer would not be triggered. Yes. Companies where shareholder would have between 30 and 50 or even below 30 could not, because then you would incur in the mandatory tender offer.
Yes, exactly.
Before I answer your question, I go back to your remark earlier on of how intriguing it was that we gave up our multiple voting right and chose to go for loyalty shares. And I wanted to make, again, reiterating what Mr. Garavoglia said, that flexibility really should be in place. In our case, we don't have BlackRock because we're not large enough for BlackRock to be there. We could open a whole debate as to whether passive investing is great for the market or not, but let's leave that aside. In our case, we have entrepreneurial families, for instance, that are happy to be together with the management in our shareholder base. In May this year, we actually broadened our shareholder base, involving a number of entrepreneurial families. Some of them were very pleased to apply for the loyalty shares and to get a double vote in 2 years' time. So in our situation, loyalty shares effectively are very different from a typical multiple voting right, which would be stuck only for certain individuals and not open to others. So I think different type of companies, different objectives lead to different decisions. Going to your question as to whether these things should be addressed at European or Italian level, well, we all wish they could be addressed at European level, obviously, because they would get us off the hook. But I have been part of European groups analyzing this, and I don't think these particular issues like multiple voting rights can be addressed in a way that is mandatory at European level for countries to adopt. When we looked at this, and we looked at this very thoroughly in the context of the task, the stakeholder group that addressed these issues last year, we came to the conclusion that the European Commission could give guidance, could give indications that it was a good thing for countries to adopt, but at the end of the day, it's company law that is specific to every country. So whereas I totally agree with the fact that there should be one regulator to avoid those type of regulatory arbitrages, then we always have to realize that company laws are different in different countries. And therefore, we have to do our homework, and we have to look at our company's law and realize that we're lagging behind. It's not competitive with other jurisdictions, and that relates to multiple voting. We have to look into quorums to call shareholders meetings. We have to look at minority protections. We have a very comprehensive corporate governance code that is highly protective of investors. So we should be looking at all of these things and act at national level, not waiting for Europe to take initiatives of this. And we should do it sooner rather than later, given that we have also realized that being part of a larger stock exchange network as Borsa Italiana is today means having access to different markets, different jurisdictions, different pools of investors that open inevitably to regulatory arbitrage. Why should somebody who has their corporate headquarters in the Netherlands be subjected to two regulators, the Dutch regulator and the Italian regulator, if they can be listed only in the Netherlands? So we have to get our acts together in Italy first, and then hope that Europe will follow by strengthening common regulations through the empowering of ESMA, first of all.
Yes, of course. Even from the double point of view of company law and market law, the topic is very complex. I see your point. And you also reminded basically that ownership structure still is important a lot in taking the decision and in shaping voting rights and governance. Mr. Ferrari, thank you.
But I obviously agree what they already told, so I do not repeat. What is very important from my side is that also from the European perspective, we have to be to have very clear the priority. In my opinion, the multiple voting shares are not the priority. For instance, for the Italian market, we are hosted by the Borsa Italiana. I would like to give you also to the professor coming from abroad some figures. In the period from 2002 to 2021, 185 companies were listed, and 22 278 companies were delisted. In the last 19 years, the Milan Stock Exchange had lost roughly 180 billion due to the listing in terms of market cap. Another important point, the very low level of household savings channeled into the domestic exchange and bond market. Since the start of 2000, financial assets held by Italian households have grown by 2.200 billion to approximately 5.300 billion. Of this amount, roughly 30% continues to be invested in foreign currency or deposit. Only 2.5% are invested in non-financial Italian companies. We have seen the international stock markets have undergone profound transformation in recent years with a change in operator and market dynamics. And I do not think we cannot ignore that. The percentage of passive investors continues to grow. Just to give you an idea, in Europe, exceeding 32% of the assets under management in 2021. In addition to the growing importance of these passive investors, including the already mentioned BlackRock, in the 10 last years, the stock markets have also been transformed by the developments of new technologies. So the increase of algorithm trading and all the other high-frequency trading that, according to ESMA, account for 80% of the total trades made on European markets. We know there are the so-called dark pools. I would like, from the European perspective, if how we have to approach this source of liquidity, source of risk, also considering the change in the global environment coming from the war, coming from the change and dramatic increase in the energy price. And then, interesting for the control of the companies, most of the decision coming from the institutional investor come from the proxy advisor. More than 92% of the decision taken in the General Assembly are totally aligned with the decision taken by the proxy advisor. Which kind of model of control, which kind of processes are they following, who regulate them? These are, in my opinion, questions that are much more important in this environment than the multiple or the loyalty shares vote.
Yes, thank you for your warning. I think that you are right. We are facing the emergency of capital markets, development of capital markets in Europe and in Italy. So, of course, the point is that multiple voting, very technical, very interesting for some corporations, less from others, probably is a technical issue, but is not, I mean, you still have to keep in mind the overall picture of how market works. So thank you to everyone, and
thank you very much.
There is nothing to add. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now take a lunch break. Lunch will be served on the upper wings as per the coffee breaks. We hope you've enjoyed the morning and look forward to seeing you in the afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, please take a seat. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage Morten Bennetsen.
Good afternoon, and it's a great honor to be here and talk about family firms, not only in this place, but also invited by these organizations. I am going to talk about family firms as responsible businesses and families in businesses as responsible capitalists. Now, since it's after lunch, and you all have a good lunch here, at least I thought I could have a slightly more colorful slides that I brought here so we don't fall too much asleep. So, we already saw this many times today. The world has challenges, and I'm not going to dwell into that too much. We have great global challenges on the climate. We have great global challenges on inequality. And the question I am going to talk about, and this session is going to talk about, is the family firm in a situation where they have a special position to engage in and find solution to these global challenges. Now, I'm going to do it in a more positive way. I'm going to share some of my experience with teaching global family businesses around the world, in Asia, in Europe, in Latin America. And I'm going to share you some of the pros and cons I find in the family business model as a provider of good, if we may say that. But before we dig into that, we have to talk a little bit about what we are talking about. Now, one of the challenges with family firms is that we all have some particular example, some particular picture in our mind when we hear the word family businesses, and it really covers an incredible range of business organizations. In the most broadest terms, it is the most typical business organization in the world. It dominates the private held companies in all countries, maybe except mainland China. It is among the largest companies, still a very dominating factor. In Asia, almost all the big business groups are family businesses. In Europe, it's around 40%, and in the US, it's still around 1/3 of the largest firms, which we will denote by some definition as family firms. So there's no doubt about the family business structure. One is the most typical organizational structure in the world, and two, it's really a broad set of businesses, and they have very different properties depending on if it's, of course, a small village firm in Africa or it's one of the biggest listed companies in the US. So it's really, really hard to say family firms is one thing. Now, what I will do is, when I speak and integrate with family businesses, many family firms have a clear view that the business structure of a family firm is specially catered towards challenging some of the global problems, towards being responsible capitalists. And there are three main arguments that comes up all the time. One, they think longer, they have long horizon. Two, they are often having a business model which is based on values and culture. And three, in my formulation, they're rich, so they do a lot of good work on the philanthropy. And what I want to do the next 15 minutes is to set the table for the further discussion by evaluating each of these arguments. So, the first argument is really that family firms have a longer horizon. They think in generation, and as Andrew Hoffman from La Roche, for instance, says, it's very hard to think about giving your business to your kids or to your grandchildren without thinking about what is the world that comes with that businesses. You may give your grandchildren a lot of money, but if you together have destroyed the world to get that money, it really doesn't fit into the mind. And it's true. It's true that some family firms have a very long perspective. Here's my favorite family firm. And I don't know how many of you who have met this firm before, but this is actually the world's oldest business, period. It was founded, and we know that because the guy up here, does this work, is Prince Shotoku in Japan. He was the one who made Japan Buddhist. And he did that. He was born in 572, and he decided when he was 4 years old that Japan should be a Buddhist country, but they didn't have any Buddhist temples. So they invited 3 carpenters from Korea, and these 3 carpenters built Shinten-ji, which is still there today, and they still claim that part of this tower is built in 576. Now, one of these 3 carpenters died, and his 2 sons were basically put in to maintain the Shinten-ji temple ever since, and they did that for 41 generations and built a lot of other beautiful Buddhist temples. This became Kongo-Gumi, which is a construction company, which in 2008 still had a revenue of around $100 million and were basically specialists in Buddhist temples. It's also true, and this is the sad part of the story, that the 41 generation went to and got an MBA from an American university, business school, and basically drove the company into bankruptcy. So the company went bankrupt in 2010, and is today just an independent division of another construction company. But that is the oldest company in the world. And if you run a firm which has 40 generations, I know some Italian firms are very old, 5, 6 generations. Actually, I think you have one of Europe's oldest, this glass company, also one of the oldest companies in Europe, but it's not as long as that. If you run your family businesses for 10 generations, for 20 generations, for 40 generations, then of course you have to think about the world, right? I mean, then, long-term perspective give you some perspective. I don't even know what profit means, except from you can go bankrupt if you don't have it. But, think about what is profit when you think about 1,000 years old firms. So I agree with that. I agree with that many family firms are long-term perspective. And with long-term perspective comes things like loyalty. And you do see many really good family businesses who are very loyal towards products, towards employees, towards the local communities all around the world, and sometimes to entire countries. So the loyalty is part of a family business, and when it works, it's also part of being responsible owners. I had the privilege of working with World Economic Forum, and we developed this kind of long-term planning model. And I think one of the things to take out of that is that there are dimensions in long-term planning when you have family firms which goes beyond the traditional long-term planning for non-family firms. And these are issues like, of course, transition through the generations. These are issues like family governance and also ownership, because I think family firms do question the type of ownership regularly. Not least because they have to give ownership through the generations, and there's this natural diffusion of ownership if you don't do anything across generations. The biggest family having a firm today, I think, is actually not the biggest, but the biggest we know about is the Solvay family, the Solvay group. I think they have 2,400 known family members owning the company, plus all those they are not aware of. I'm told that there's an Indian company which have even more family owners. Now, all that is good, and all that may make you more responsible as capitalism. But, and here comes the backside, and this would be kind of the talk, that there's a flip side of most of the argument. Some families should stop being family firms. The problem with the family business model when you have this long-term vision is that you often also have a business model which has less checks and balances and which has less people who can say no to charismatic leaders. And I'm not discussing any particular cases here, but I think a lot of us, as Marco also said, 20 years ago, we had a lot of corporate scandals in Europe and the US and other places. And a lot of these corporate scandals were about prominent family businesses where there were no checks and balances, and you had very charismatic business people who were not checked in any ways and ran it all down at some point. So that's the first argument, the long-termism. The second argument that family firms often provide, there's one more argument, of course, which we also mentioned briefly before, that in the long-term vision comes often an element of entitlement to succession. And succession is one of the things we have researched most on in family firms. And it is not clear that, let me put it a different way, succession is not something that should be institutionalized. Succession is something which should be based on merit. We would always say that, family business would always say that. But still, some successions should probably never have happened. We can use many words for that. In the finance research, we often tend to be a little more brutal and call it the idiot son problems. Now, it was also mentioned this morning, what is the solution? Patagonia this morning actually came out, and it's not because they don't have family heirs, but they have put the company into a foundation instead of doing a family succession. And that is one of the solutions family firms do when they want to institutionalize the ownership of the family, even in a situation where the family is not active in the management. That raises then other challenges, but that's not the topic of today, of my part of today. So, the second thing that we hear family firms talking about is that family leadership is value-based. And when you are value-based leaders, your personal values impact the culture of the firm, and we already agreed on that culture is such an important thing, but it also can be aligned with having a purpose and having a greater ambition than just making profit. Now again, there are great examples of this, and I couldn't hesitate here to give me my other favorite family firms, at least until 2010. As you may know, the Cadbury Chocolate Company is a Quaker company. They have a great history in Quakerism, and Quakers were extremely value-based. They are very social-minded religion, and the only reason to do business, and this was Birmingham, 1830s, this was Dickens, England, where the kids were up in the chimneys and the men were drinking and everything was really, really bad. And the Quakers saw business as part of a social endeavor, a part of a way to get the kids out of the chimneys and the men stopped drinking. And Cadbury was all about that. That also meant that they were awful at doing business the first 30, 40 years. But in the long run, they did extremely well and became the biggest chocolate company in the world. The moment they became big, they built this, which is called the Factory in the Garden in Bournemouth, and that is today a museum. But the moment they had money, they moved out of the inner city and built houses for their employees, built schools, built recreative facilities, simply because the business was to improve the life of the employees. They were the first one to have sick leaves. They were the first one to do a lot of what we today call CSR, but they did it in around 1900 or 1880s. So they were really prominent in this. And of course, we also know Cadbury for something else. Because they were such a value-based company, Adrian Cadbury became the first chairman of the Corporate Governance Code in England, the so-called Cadbury Commission and the Cadbury Report, which has inspired all corporate governance in the world. And we interviewed Adrian for this. I had the privilege to write a case with one of the Cadbury members, and he said basically that when he wrote the code, this was just Quaker values, but he knew that he couldn't get the impact in the work if he said, good corporate governance is Quaker values. But things like honesty, trust, and everything comes directly from there, in his view, from the values of the Quakers. So again, we see many companies and family businesses which are value-based, and we've done some research on this. we have asked 1,500 CEOs about their values, and it turns out that if we talk about values like honesty, altruism, trust, political interest even, you know, family firms seems to be managed by CEOs which are more value-based, and it's a more important part of the business structure. Now, what is the problem? Of course, not all values are good. And I think recently we have seen families in businesses who have had values that are not consistent with saving the world, to say it least. We all know another prominent case from the US where basically a family made their entire wealth on selling Oxycontin, a painkiller which help people not having pain, but it also basically created the opioid crisis in the US, and the family made basically a lot of money of making people drug addicts. Now, this family has also used the money in a very, very progressive way. The philanthropic part of the family wealth has been fantastic, but that doesn't help when the money is created on destroying the world or the people in the world. So one of the big things I think when we talk about family firms is you have to be accountable for the way money is generated. It's not enough to talk about the way families and business spend their wealth. It's really the accountability of how the money is earned, which I think we can learn from this super interesting case. By the way, here's basically a similar case in Asia. The Bocconi group, which is one of the dominating post-Suharto families in Indonesia, they made basically the biggest environmental catastrophe we have seen ever. And this picture over here, this is an explosion in a lake, which basically is the biggest poison. This is the real picture of the explosion, and it basically poisoned the whole area. I'm not quite sure how this picture got so red, but it doesn't look too good, that red color, and it killed thousands of people. And there were court cases for many, many years, and to my knowledge, the Bocconi group has never really paid any serious damage for this. So, again, it's true that the best family firms are value-based. The best family firms have very strong purpose, culture, as we talked about this morning, but not all family firms have that. And again, when there's no checks and balances, you can come away with a lot. The final argument I want to talk about is about the wealth, because the third thing that families often present is a fantastic philanthropic work. And I would not underestimate that. Many, many things are supported by business families or rich families, which tend to be business families. The Gates Foundation is a prime example, which has an ambition of destroying or of deleting cholera from the world. The World Wildlife Foundation was basically made by the Hoffman Funds. Any university we work in have donations from business families, culture, even the Chinese Wall. I was giving a talk in China and we went to the Chinese Wall, and it seemed to be restored by Merck, the big European medical company. So philanthropy is obviously a source of responsible capitalism for the business families. And with that comes what we will talk more about and talked a little bit about before, and I think the day tomorrow will always also be about that, impact investment. Many families are leading impact investors, not least because the next generation who is going to inherit the wage love impact investment, and there are whole associations of that, Ahsoka and these kind of things. And we shouldn't underestimate also that many things are inherited, and entrepreneurial drive is inherited, like, law professors kids become law professors, and entrepreneurs' kids become very good entrepreneurs. And teaching at INSEAD and teaching MBAs for many years, there are a lot of fantastic, progressive next gens coming out of the family firms that really wants to do business in the right way. However, I think there's a general challenge of business being very strong and business being able to move around in the world, both to optimize business and to minimize taxes, and individuals nowadays also to move around. And it raises some of the questions around the family firm model also. So one is that over time we have had all these leaks, and one of the, for me, reading many of these leaks, one of the things that surprised me were some of the family business names that showed up in the leaks. Clearly, some family firms have a problem paying taxes, and some families in business in the countries where they belong to. Now they can move the business, or they can do all other kind of aggressive tax behavior. But it is a big challenge. How do societies finance when people and individuals and firms are so movable as they are today? Now, when that is said, maybe the problem is not family firms here, because I helped both the Danish and the Swedish government with some tax structures. And if we look at the corporations who pay taxes, and I'm sure that must be the same in Italy, it's actually the family firms who pay taxes. You know, those who don't pay taxes at all, at least in Scandinavia and probably also in Italy, are Google and Facebook and these extremely international companies, because they have a very professional way to optimize their tax payments. So I don't want to be too hard on family firms on this, because family firms actually are, part of their loyalty is that when they pay taxes, they do it in their home countries. But there's another challenge I want to raise at the end here, and then I'm done. And that is kind of the weak societies and strong business issue we have nowadays. And I have one favorite picture to kick this discussion off with. This is a wonderful picture. If you don't know these guys, they are the family chairmen of the chaebols in Korea. So this is Mr. Hyundai, this is Mr. Samsung, third generation, who actually is going a little bit in and out of jail. Many of these are going in and out of tax jails, by the way. These are the 16 chaebols family chairmen. And they were invited into the parliament one day to discuss kind of the power and the society and the influence. This was under the corruption, among other things. If you remember, his family was supporting a religious figure who was supporting the president. There was a big case. And they had, you know, these things going on a lot in Korea about how do the society function when you get business, and in this case, 16 family businesses who are so powerful that they basically can set the rules themselves. And how do weak government and weak societies make rules? I mean, in the ideal world, we all know from Friedman, you know, that if the governments were super strong, the government could just make the perfect rules, right? And then business could do whatever they wanted inside these rules. But that's not the case today. I mean, these 16 chaebols are so extremely economic powerful. It's probably the most extreme example you can have Korea today, because there are no middle firms in Korea. There are only chaebols or very small firms. So they have, of course, a huge power. But at least when the president calls them, they still come in and make the oath and sit in the right way. So, to sum up, can family firms be a force for good? I mean, the good side of this is, yes, good family firms are extremely good. There are many good examples. The Cadbury, until they were sold to Kraft in 2010 in a hostile takeovers, the La Roche today is a fantastic company. Many of the Swiss big family firms are amazingly in the way they treat corporate climate problems. Because they use their long-term horizon, they use their values, they are loyal to wherever they produce, and to some extent wealth can be given back. But, you know, when family firms are bad, they are really bad. They destroy people, they destroy the world, they destroy a lot of things. And part of it is, of course, that there is less checks and balances for very charismatic figures. And there is this issue about, over time, it becomes an entitlement. It becomes an entitlement. And if I have to sum up this in one sentence, I would say, going back to what is super important to be a responsible capitalist as a family firm, is that you focus on being responsible on how money is earned, and less on how money is spent. That's probably what I would say. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage Elizabeth Polman.
Good afternoon. I have the pleasure of discussing Morten Bededson's excellent presentation, Can Family Firms Be a Force for Good? I don't have a clicker, though, for slides. And his question, he put it as, can family firms be a force for good? And he says, yes, but there's challenges. Or, as a corporate lawyer and law professor like myself would say, he basically said, it depends. And I love that. It's hard to disagree. And he explains by saying, if I can paraphrase, that family firms have the potential to be change makers through long-term business strategies, value-based leadership models, philanthropy, and impact investment. But there's often a lack of checks and balances, a tendency towards global tax avoidance, and not all values are a force for good. So I agree with this. I think he brings a great clarity of insight and balanced analysis to the topic. He gives the example of Cadbury and its history of corporate social responsibility, of caring for its employees, becoming involved early in setting up fair trade programs in the chocolate production, and Adrian Cadbury's involvement in the first code of corporate governance practice. Yet there are other family enterprises, even within the same industry like chocolate, that take different approaches. So for example, what comes to my mind is Cargill, which had a big alien tort statute case about child slavery in its supply chain before the US Supreme Court last year, that I've written about in a piece called The Supreme Court and the Pro-Business Paradox. And in fact, when you think about this, and you look at this from a history of, for example, US jurisprudence and practice, family enterprises have a long history of making arguments before the US Supreme Court, trying to avoid liability from customers, employees, and others, and also to gain constitutional protections to avoid statutory and other obligations. Similarly, Morten uses a series of striking examples, really striking ones, to show companies have a range of different values, and many scandals have come out of family enterprise, such as the Sackler family's Purdue Pharma, an opioid crisis, and Parmalat and corporate fraud, and so on. So when I think about whether family enterprises are a force for good, I too think of the large diversity of different types of companies that are family enterprise and of their differences in size and values and more. And some have historically been examples of early corporate social responsibility. Others aren't particularly occupied with those questions. And even others have imposed great social costs and environmental damage. There's also geographic and cultural differences around the world, of course. So it's really difficult to speak generally of family enterprise and capture that diversity properly, I think. But I'm going to aim to step back a little bit and say a little bit more, mainly bolstering Morten's excellent points and just making a few additional observations. So first, stepping back and thinking about the social good that we've been talking about, and this word sustainability and its relevance with family enterprise. I would say, well, first, on social good, you could simply start by observing that in the world economy, family businesses are estimated to contribute more than half of GDP in a world economy sense, and 2/3 of employment. So simply by being businesses and employing people and creating some sort of economic value in the world, that is a form of social good. 42% say they engage in philanthropy. But it seems that when we have these conversations, we're talking about something beyond that, beyond the fact that they're businesses employing people, et cetera, and maybe engaged in some corporate giving. So is there a social good beyond that aspect that family enterprise could or should be creating? I think certainly they could be. Should is a more debatable question. And sometimes this gets phrased in terms of sustainability, especially these days. And some reports have observed that many family enterprises aren't prioritizing sustainability. But often when they talk about that, they don't really dig into what they mean by sustainability. Of what? The business, of different ways of defining sustainability. For example, you could say it as the social foundation for humanity in the future within planetary boundaries. Beate Schofel often says it in a form like this. And if you look at that question, there's survey data, for example, from PwC did a family business survey that surveyed over 3,000 family enterprises in over 80 territories. And it found that sustainability of the business is a top priority. So if you state it as protecting the business as the most important family asset, or ensuring that it stays in the family, or creates a legacy, or provides money for the family, that is a big top priority. But if you ask more generally about sustainability, what we might call sustainability, that is much less of a priority for most family enterprise. Instead, most family enterprises report being concerned with their expansion or diversification, digitizing, evolving new products and new thinking, et cetera, before they ever get to sustainability. And you can look at this in different ways. The green at the bottom, the small bits are the bits about prioritizing sustainability. And if you look at this survey research on family enterprise, it just doesn't scream change makers. If Morton's question was about, are they change makers? Can they be a force for social good? It seems that there's a complicated story here. So 55% say they want to lead the way. 36% were unlikely to lead, but will play our part when it's required. And then if you look at delivering benefits for the planet and human society, 53% say we need to lead the way. These are people that are thinking in the direction of being these change makers. And 30% say it's the role of government to lead the way. So I think this is to be expected when you think about almost any category of business, that there is a great diversity of views. But it is noticeable that there's a significant portion that either want to or think they need to lead the way as family enterprise. But when you look at what they're actually doing, only 37% on average have actually a sustainability strategy in place. So there's a gap between what people think they want to do or think they are required to do and what they're doing, and a great diversity of views. So there is a huge potential, and Morton really emphasizes this, that you can think about this either in terms of the size and economic impact or the types of industries that family enterprise play an important role in. So in terms of size, according to 2021 EY and University of St. Gallen Family Business Index, together, family enterprise constitutes the third largest economic contribution in the world by revenue after the United States and China. So economically, family enterprise is huge. It's very important. And when you look at industries that have particular implications for the environment or social issues like human rights, you see family enterprise is especially important in those sorts of industries. So it's very important, actually, to think about this through the family enterprise lens because of the potential. Also here in Milan, I find myself thinking about, and family enterprise, I think about a great article that was written by a professor, Lynn Stout, that was called "The Corporation as Time Machine: Intergenerational Equity, Intergenerational Efficiency, and the Corporate Form." And she argued, it's a really neat article, that argues that the corporation itself as a form is like a time machine that has this amazing ability as legal technology for transferring wealth forward and sometimes even backwards in time for the benefit of present and future generations. That's not just family enterprise. All corporations have that kind of quality to them potentially. And she pointed out that preserving resources and pursuing long-term projects for future generations were exactly what some of the earliest corporations were doing. Townships, universities, monasteries, and it was a corporate entity, the Veneranda Fabbrica del Duomo di Milano, that began building the Duomo, and it was a project that spanned 30 human generations through the corporate form. So when you think about how corporations contribute to social welfare, there's no reason that we have to consider only the welfare of the people alive. And as Morton points out, family enterprise in some ways is very well situated to engage in this kind of long-term strategy across multiple generations. And even if you're thinking, well, some family enterprises, as we see from the data and as we know from the real world, some family enterprises don't want to be these change makers. They have a different view. There's a wide range of views on these terms, ESG, sustainability, CSR. These are things that we may not agree with. We may not agree about what constitutes the social good or what should be emphasized. But even if that is the view, when I started thinking about this, the world is changing in a very interesting way that when the term ESG started to come about 20 years ago, it started with the United Nations, members of the financial industry, and institutional investors. And it has spread, and it has put pressure on public companies, and it even reaches private companies in various ways. So even if there was a family enterprise that was private, not aiming to be a change maker, they would still be affected by these trends, potentially. And some would be catalyzed to take into consideration the ESG and sustainability trends. Because research suggests that regardless of the industry, a better CSR performance by a family business has stronger effect on brand value than for non-family businesses. So it's of particular importance. ESG and sustainability are increasingly important factors in business partnerships and procurement decisions. So if you're a private company that's supplying public companies, and these public companies now have ESG obligations and disclosures that they have to make, now the pressure is going on to the private supplier in ways that they might not have anticipated. Also, for various government contracts, these sorts of issues start to be considerations in whether the government will use particular firms as suppliers and so on. Sometimes the companies aren't looking for true outcomes as far as ESG at this point. It may simply be evidence of a strategy, but it flows down and it creates a system in which there's great connections between companies and their obligations. It's also increasingly important to attract and retain employees and to connect with customers. There's many different studies that show this, especially to millennials and Gen Z, et cetera. Lenders and insurers are increasingly incorporating ESG into their policies. And the regulation regarding this is increasingly relevant for public and private companies. Many different obligations are being passed in different ways that cut across categories. So sometimes it's by the size, not with regard to whether it's a listed or not listed company, et cetera. So I think there's a very interesting connection that's happening between public and private company ecosystems in this space, in which even for companies that don't want to be change makers, they will have to start following some of these things, and they'll find that there's pressures to change. So I'll conclude with a few thoughts on key areas for focus. I think where the conversation is going with these trends is that we're seeing that integrating ESG or sustainability into the business model and operations and governance is what is being focused on, not just separate philanthropy, and especially not with aggressive tax avoidance. So this is looking at, as Morten was ending with, and as Colin was starting with today, how the company is making the products or services, how it's making its money, and integrating ESG or sustainability considerations into all aspects of what it's doing with that regard. And it's not just looking at the kind of check-the-box things, but the conversation is also moving towards looking at the authenticity of the efforts, so that it's not viewed as ancillary, but as fundamental to furthering the company's mission or purpose. Now, this isn't me espousing what I think should happen. I am actually just making an observation that this is where the conversation is going with the trends. So this is whether or not the company is prioritizing these things, their business partners, their customers, their employees, the governments that regulate them are moving in this direction. So these are the things that we'll have to be focused on. Compliance in a changing world. There's so much to keep on top of as far as new obligations, disclosure, and otherwise, and how they might affect family enterprise and compliance with that. And then finally, a need for regulation and enforcement. This is a broader point that there will be some aspects of family enterprise that doesn't get reached, in a sense, by the existing obligations that we have. And so there are many people working on new efforts at regulation and enforcement that will likely impact family enterprise. So another space, besides complying with the existing obligations, to look for is what is likely to be coming. So it's integrating it into the business model, the authenticity of the efforts, complying with the changes, and also thinking about additional regulation and enforcement that's coming. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage the moderator of Session 3, Family Enterprise, Marco Ventoruzzo, together with panel participants Matteo Liberali, Andrea Munari, and Roberto Cravero.
Good afternoon. Let me very briefly frame the issue and also introduce our panelists this afternoon. Why at a conference that talks about the evolution of capitalism, where we started in the morning from corporate purpose, we end up with family firms? Now, of course, they represent, as we have seen, roughly half of the business activity in the world. It's definitely the prevailing model. In a way, you might argue that any time there is an individual that controls directly or indirectly a business, it is a family firm. So obviously, we cannot have that discussion without taking into account family firms. But also, there is, I think, this, at least for me, somehow vague and blurred idea that they do have a special relationship with some of the issues that are at the core of our discussion today: sustainability, long-termism, stakeholders, for, on the one hand, somehow intuitive reasons, but also reasons that are hard to pinpoint. And so I'm a jurist, I'm a lawyer, and as we move to the questions, which have much more to do with, I would say, the real life of these kind of enterprises, I cannot resist mentioning a couple of things that are somehow more law-related. The first one, which is not trivial, especially if we are thinking about some kind of regulation, some kind of, let it be self-regulation, let it be mandatory rules, is the definition. Morten, in his introductory talk, has pointed out briefly how there is in the economic business literature, there are ways to define, of course, family businesses, but it's hard to say what are the features of a family business. And that, however, is essential to the extent that that variable comes into play also in the legal discourse. The second thing which is connected is that while business people, entrepreneurs, practitioners are very interested in the actual problems of family businesses, jurists, at least at the more theoretical level, are hesitant. And jurists, I mean both, lawyers, but also regulators, to formally incorporate them and distinguish them. In many ways, the approach tends to be more neutral. Apart from the big distinction between closely held and publicly held, there is not really any set of rules that specifically deals. There are patches of things here and there. You take into account family links to define independent directors, but there's not a coherent, systematic approach. This might be wise, in a way, might be right to be neutral, but I think it's a thing that might be partially at least challenged. And then the very last point, which I also think emerged in the discussion before, is that at the end of the day, probably a family structure, meaning ownership, involvement in the business and so forth, in my view, I think in our view, is somehow a multiplier of what lays beneath, for good and for bad. It's a sort of catalyst of features, impacts, procedures, and so what is good might turn excellent, and what is bad might become a nightmare. No? So on those bases, our panelists today are Matteo Liberali from Luve. He's the CEO, a very successful family-owned business, and I have, as I told him, coined a new catchphrase for the company that I'm willing to sell you, which is a company that keeps us cool today without making us hotter tomorrow, right? And then we have Andrea Munari, so the perspective of a banker. And in fact, Andrea was the first CEO that I actually saw in action in real life, because he was the CEO of Banca Cabotto the very first time 20 years ago, roughly 20 years ago, when I became independent director of a corporation, of a bank. And finally, we have Roberto Cravero, who is a practitioner, he's a consultant, and also represents the Italian Association of Independent Directors, NED community. So let me move quickly to a couple of questions that we have discussed. And since they bring together some fairly different perspectives, my first question is truly obvious and very broad and probably generic, but I'm sure their answers will not be generic, which is, especially in the Italian context, what are, based on your real experience, the pros and cons of an ownership structure in which one family has control and is actively involved in the managing of the business? And maybe we start with Andrea.
Well, I would say, as a joke, in 1 second, family-owned business don't like to pay investment banking fees. So normally they are extremely reluctant. But apart from kidding, first of all, I believe it, particularly if we look at the Italian situation, which is what you are implying, I would say that 2008, 2012 has been a watershed for the Italian governance, corporate governance structure of family-owned companies and small and mid companies, which represent nearly 95% of Italian economy at the end of the day. And the reason was that I think that what we experienced was a perfect storm, and they were virtually abandoned by banks, who in the past have been very generous in lending to them a lot of money, but they found themselves extremely leveraged. So from then on, I would say that the results have been remarkable. And even myself, which by formation I've always been looking at large firms, particularly in the last part of my career, which is has been CEO of a commercial bank, BNL and BNP, I start looking myself what there is behind this. And the first thing that you notice is that these companies, at least to me, are no more distincted by family structure, governance, is that are they competitive or non-competitive? Because at the end of the day, these companies, particularly these even small companies, are looking to be sustainable in the long run, to be in the market in the long run. And I couldn't agree more with Mary in the last comments she made, when in fact, the fact that do they need to be sustainable is by definition they have to, otherwise they're out of the market. That is exactly what is happening today. And I think that Italian companies in particular have been able to compete very well. And I give you some numbers which are and mostly the reason why I start looking at it. If you look at the current account of Italy, The current account of Italy basically was negative in 2012 by something like 18 to 22% of the Italian GDP. So an enormous debt that the economy has created vis-à-vis the rest of the world. Today, we are creditor of the world by 6-7%. And if you look at the composition of this has been done mostly by companies with less than 250 people, which is exactly the opposite of what is happening in France, for example. So there is no doubt that this company made a tremendous effort in the last few years. So to an extent where today, I think that for them and for us as lender, we are trying to figure out what do they need next, what do they want to go, because it's not easy for a lender in particular, for a bank, to really being able to serve these companies. Actually, I would say that for a bank, assist a small bank, a family-owned bank, a family-owned business is an authentic nightmare. But companies have realized that. And I think that what I've seen in the last few years, particularly is that the governance has changed. We ourselves are inviting them to change their board structure, to include more independent director and so on. And it has been taken, I would say, with a reasonable acceptance, degree of acceptance, because they recognize that the only way they can attract interest by lender and by, let's say, capital market is really doing this thing. So I think that these companies are actually pretty innovative. And I would say that going forward, I don't know if we have to talk now, I see what is lying ahead and what is really the problem going. The first one, talking about Italy in particular, this is a very, very old, it's an old population. And when there is old people, the average age of people is rising, as unfortunately we have in this country. The ability to innovate is remarkably, goes down. There is no doubt about that. People don't like to take risks when they're old. And this company, on the contrary, want to take risks. So what I see is that even on the management side, there is an ability of this company to finally bring in people with different expertise and professionalism. Is all good? Yes. But I think that going forward, we will have this problem rising and rising. And what I believe are the major issue are mostly, I would say, two. One is that, has been mentioned today several times, we desperately need a capital market union. There is no way companies, particularly small companies, mid companies, can go through the stock exchange. Actually, I shouldn't say this. As a banker, when I meet a company who wants to go to the stock, want to list in the stock exchange, I say, why do you want to do this? It's an authentic, no, I know that I'm saying something, but this is an authentic nightmare. It's a nightmare. Why do you want to do this? Today, Mr. Ferrari mentioned this. You know, he gave a number, but why do you want to do this? No, and unfortunately, that is one of the major issues I see going forward. Banks have difficulty in doing this. The second one is that I believe, at least, that the next challenge for all the companies, notwithstanding dimension, structure, ownership, and so on, is will they be able to create and to accumulate digital capital? Because at the end of the day, for digital capital, it's not only buying software, hardware, and so on. It's really making sure that you're able to utilize this technology in an efficient way. And we need people to do this. So today, when I heard, probably it was in the beginning, I said, well, we have difficulties in hiring people with certain skill and so on. This is across the board. And I do believe that this represents an Achilles heel for the Italian economy and also for European economy. So we really need to incentivize people. One thing, and I stop with this comment, is that I personally ask every time what is the average salary of an employee in a company. And what I notice is that in Italy in particular, we pay too low people. And so a lot of people, a lot of graduates basically emigrate. We need to take risk on young people. We need to really change this sort of model because, to be fair, one of the major vectors of competitivity in Italy has been the very low cost of labor, but this is unsustainable in this world. Companies, small companies, family companies, are aware of this.
Thank you. Roberto, Mr. Cravero, pros and cons in your experience.
Thank you. Well, first of all, I want to express to all of you the regrets of Maria Pierdicchi not to be here today because she was supposed to be here in my place. Unfortunately, due to personal reasons, she's not able to say. Well, when we are talking about family business, of course, we are talking about a business which is strictly connected with the family. The family could have significant state or the control, but in any case there is a connection. For people who are not aware of what we are talking about, it could seem that talking about family business, we're talking about non-relevant business or something which could be insignificant. We have seen, and we all have the information, that this is exactly the opposite. So we do have a strong contributions of GDP, of employment rate, and I would say also on key drivers for transformations toward a sustainable world by companies who are family business. In Italy, if we go to a survey that has been made by IDAF Observatory, we have something that is roughly 85% of the global. So we have a huge percentage of business which is family business. And we do have something like 70% of the employment rate, which is connected to family business. So it's very sensitive and relevant. I would start with a quote, which comes from a book, which is the Family Business Handbook that has been published last year, which is, how can I say, which represents what we said today. That says that family and business are two of the most powerful forces in the world, but when combined, they amplify their impact and their complexity. And again, it is said that family business can represent the best or the worst form of capitalism. So the question you pose is essential because we honestly have to go a little deeper in what are the pros and what are the cons of the family business. We already had an important session and the professor has already expressed us some of the concepts. I agree on the fact that probably going in the cons, one of the most important cons that we have is the long-term view and the long-term strategy. This has been said also this morning by the chair of Borsa, and I do agree on the fact that this has an important effect on family business. Why? Because they invest in long term. They have the ability to invest in community, in team working, in growing together, and this has important effects on what they have. And probably as a consequence, we have a long-lasting, something has already been said also on this. You know that there has been recently a study published by Bocconi and Russell Reynolds that goes to, the name of the survey was Learning and Practicing Longevity. This study goes through 10 cases, 10 family business. The oldest one was Wendell in 1701, and the latest was Porsche in 1931. And gives some roots on what is the value and what are the pros of the family business. By the way, just for information, you know that there is associations of family business. I've had the possibility to deal with some of them, which is called Les Enochiens. You can be part of it if you have been own the business for at least 200 years. But if you are still managing, I mean, if a family descendant is still managing the company. Well, it seems to me that the longest story, the longest lived company, is a company that has been founded in Japan in the 18th century, that is a small hotel in Tokyo, but it has been owned and managed by the same family for 1,300 years. So this is something that is quite amazing to know how they can reach this point. But if you go a little farther, you know always that the 3% of the family-owned business can survive the 4th generation. So this means that we do have, as it has already been said, there's a strong difference between having the possibility to apply what are the pros or going to the cons. What are the cons? Of course, even on this, something has already been said, but I think that one of the relevant point is the complexity. We do have someone talk about the hidden pyramid, saying that what happens that in a company you do have a CEO, you have the management, and you have the employees, and this is how flows the power. I mean, in the family business, very often it happens that you have another pyramid on top with the owners, so the family, and then the board, and then the CEO. So this means that you do have a relevant influence. And this, of course, drives to more complexity. And you need to have the possibility, and this is another weakness, of having a breakdown of communication and trust that very often drives you to conflicts that could be very tough and very often could destroy a relevant wealthy in the family. Last, and this probably is something that is more typical in Italy, is, as already been said, the difficulty in succession plan. Why? Because in the same survey I mentioned before, you read that the 66% of the family business in Italy is run by family members, while, for example, in France is the 26%, while in the UK is the 10%. So this means that when you do have to put in place a succession plan, you need to do something that is not easy. So what could be the conclusion? I would say that there are 3 points to try to mitigate the risks. And I think that we could have the importance of having an effective framework in family governance, in wealth governance, and in corporate governance. Of course, Ned is focused on the last one, and as we know what the G20 or ACD principle of corporate governance define, knowing that the purpose of corporate governance is to build an environment of trust, transparency, and accountability necessary for fostering long-term investment, financial stability, and business integrity. So this could probably help company in going. But probably on this we will turn in a second. Thank you.
No, thank you. You all know that in genetics, geneticists use fruit flies for their studies and experiments. So now we have heard about different theories, but if we were at the conference on genetics, it's a little bit like if from the Petri dish, the fruit fly would start flying up and say, let me explain how it looks from my perspective. So, Mr. Liberali, you are the fruit fly that we have been talking about, and maybe you can tell us from your point of view, what are your very actual, real experience, what are the challenges and pros and cons of having your family, which I believe I see also here in the audience, involved in the business?
Good afternoon, everybody. First of all, I have to say that probably my intervention today is totally useless after Professor Bennettson, because he explained almost everything about the good points of family business. Of course, if we talk about Italy, the average size of the family companies is much smaller than the one we were talking before, we've been presented before. I would say that, in my opinion, there is one distinctive feature of a family company, no matter the size, is the fact that, or at least in our case, is the passion, which is written also in our logo. Because the entrepreneur or the family who owns the business has a special affection to the business itself, has a special passion, so is driven by this passion, the will to succeed, the will to get results, to leave a print or a marker somehow in the history, even in small companies. And yeah, I think this is one very distinctive feature, in my opinion. Of course, then this means that together with passion is not enough. You have to have a vision, or you have to be a visionary, because normally we see in Italy, at least, most of the entrepreneurs have been successful because they had some brilliant ideas about innovation. They invented something, or they invented a process, or they've been very creative. So to be creative with a vision in advance compared to somebody else, to have the idea before somebody else, and to try to grow it, to cultivate this vision in order to make it successful. And of course, the other part is continuity, which was mentioned before. But today I learned something, because I was used to know that there is a well-known joke about the fact that normally the first generation build a business, the second one grow it, and the third one destroy. So today this presentation convinced me that there are much longer histories than that. I was working to speed up the process as a second generation to destroy it, but I've not succeeded yet, but I will try. But apart from that, I think that the vision of the continuity means that you have a vision, you want to leave a print, as I said before, and this means that there is a different level of bravery when it has to, we're talking about capex or investment in R&D or in new products or innovation, because innovation by definition is not 100% successful. There are goods and bads that are successful and those who doesn't work. And we experience as well some being very innovative, which has always been a distinctive feature of Fluve Group. We had a lot of innovation extremely successful, and we had some of them who didn't work. Maybe we were too early in bringing these things on the market. But I think that the pro of a family-owned business as well, in my case, in that case I'm talking about Fluve, is the fact that we pioneered what today is very well known. So ESG principles we applied, maybe without being aware that we can call them ESG, many years ago. Because if I think about, and I will start from the social part, yes. The social part, my father was the founder of the company. My grandfather was a blue-collar worker in a foundry. And my father went to the university thanks to the scholarship paid by the company where my grandfather was working. So the first thing that we launched, once we reached a certain size, was to repeat exactly the same scheme, to give the chance to the sons and daughters of our people to study. And so this is very common in Italy, to have a paternalistic approach, no? To try to be generous, to giving loans to our people, not without interest rates, of course, we are not a bank, for their needs, whether buying houses or getting married and things like that. And trying also to be to cooperate with the territory, which means it's mutual interest to get the best student, to get the best student from the high school, the university, and so on, and also to this approach of trying to be socialist, proven in the last recent years. During the COVID times, we had a special funding for hospitals and things like that, and recently, and this is just a appeared on the press in the last few days, we decided in this troubled time for this, due to the energy bills and so on, we put 3 million, the board decided to put 3 million available for our people to have a special bonus to pay the energy bills and so on. So talking about the E, the environmental, we introduced the A, B, C energy certification from the domestic appliance business. We introduced it in 1992 on our product range, which was the big driver of our new project is less raw material, more gray material, and less energy consumption, less refrigerant charge in order to reduce the GWP of our product. We were the first to invest in natural refrigerants, laboratory R&D, well in advance compared to anybody else. This is not just because you are innovative or just because you are taking care of the community and so on. It's also a matter of an obligation. Because if you want to succeed, you have to be visionary, you have to see before what is going to happen. Then if we talk about governance, I think I'm the wrong probably testimonial, because Louvre has never been the typical Italian family-owned company where there is a board of directors made by the whole family and with the family owning 100% of the shares. In our history, since 1986, we've been 100% owner of the company just for 5 days for technical reasons, because at the beginning, the Louvre means lucky venture. At the beginning, were 3 venture capital companies back in 1986. So, which means that at that time, the board was already, in the board were represented each of the 3 venture capital companies. There were independent board members. There was an internal audit named by venture capital companies. So, the history is a bit different. If we go to the, maybe I'm getting too long because you're looking at me.
No, actually, let me stay with you for a second round. We go in reverse order. And so let me stay with you and let's maybe shift to something slightly more technical. Because here, where we are, and many of us are actually actively engaged in different capacities in trying to make going public and being listed more attractive, simplifying. We all feel some kind of competitive pressure from other European countries. So in your own experience, having seen the whole process of going public, what is your takeaway lesson? Would you do it again? What could be improved? What were the difficulties? Was any of the complexity, if you met, if any, somehow related to the ownership structure of the corporation or not?
If you ask me if I would do it again, I say yes. Maybe I would like to change something. But
like what? What?
If you allow me, let me go back to one thing about the cons. Is the fact that the succession issue could be an issue. In our case, we are the second generation. The problem is in my opinion, the difference is if you consider, the family consider itself to serve the company or the company to serve the family. This makes, in my opinion, the big difference among serious companies, serious family companies, and those are not serious because we present some bad cases before. And an example of this is that when we went public, it was not in the plan yet. And it was, we went public through a SPAC at that time, back in 2015. And at the time, the family decided, we decided, there are 2 families in our company. We had an internal discussion, and then we decided, even if it was not planned, even if probably we are not 100% ready, we have to catch the train, because you have to catch the train when it's there. So we decided to do it, and somehow it was a foolish decision. But on the other hand, it was very interesting, because to go public through a SPAC was a bit more complicated, because they tell you it's easier. It's not that. Because at that time, we were the second SPAC in Italy, so there were no jurisprudence on that. So the legal part concerning the contract between us and the promoters was already complicated. Then all the informative prospectus for the AAM was difficult. Then when we have to move from AAM to the main market, we have to make twice the activity. So it's the paradise for lawyers, for advisors, and you are a lawyer because you're lying. You're laughing. Oh, you're an advisor. So it's a paradise for them. They earn a lot of money. They charge you a lot of hours and bills. But the most disturbing thing, if we start from the bad side, is the fact that the impression, I'm used to work, and to have to deal with people whose main concern is to protect their own shoulder, let's say politely, somehow is disturbing. It's frustrating. I want to make things, and I don't want, and somebody said, no, but we have to ask the opinion to this one, to the other one, because we want to be on the safe side. Everybody wants to be on the safe side, apart me. No? So this is the bad part, and then even now that we just announced that we've been admitted to the STAR segment starting from 21st of September. Even if it's just a letter is complicated. And even in this case, this morning I heard we were talking about majority votes.
Shares.
Majority shares. Even in this case, it was not clear from us, at least to me, it was not clear from the beginning that in order to be admitted to the STAR segment, you have to have a floating percentage, which is not related to the shares, but to the voting rights. So we had to change the process once more. But having said that about the negative part, I would do it again and again and again. Because the first thing, it helps you to enlarge your vision. No? Maybe as a family manufacturing company, you are too focused on the product, on the manufacturing process, and then you have to have a larger vision. And this larger vision comes during the process or while meeting investors. So I learned a lot during this process by confronting opinion with people who has a completely different mindset and a completely different vision of looking my group from outside. And this is a very important learning part. It obliges you to reconsider, so the way you do your business. And the paradox is that normally you say that the listed company, they have a short-term vision, the quarter or the semester and so on. It is true for the shareholder, the investors, but in reality, you are obliged to make more strategic thinking in order to grant the value in the long term. And this is a different approach. And then, of course, it's on the personal point of view, also on the company point of view, there is much more self-confidence. You gain credibility. You are invited in events like this. I would never been invited being a countryman from Pavia. You become more attractive for the managers and also for younger people. You become more attractive for the banks. And credibility is important also in our case when we made acquisition. The biggest acquisition we made 5 years ago, 3 years ago. We made too many, so I made confusion. We were 300 million euro revenues. We were buying 100 million euro revenue business, and the credibility for the seller, which was a multinational company, was the fact that we were quoted, audited, serious company, financially strong enough. So this is a big advantage. The last thing, the bad thing, is sometimes the board you have to deal to many things which are compliance, and it's not clear sometimes who is doing what. There is the ODV, the internal auditing, the external auditor. So there are many people asking the same question on the same areas. And that's it. I would say.
The one thing I would say it's positive is that my sense is that in this very last, I would say, few months, maybe 1 year, there has finally been a growing consensus, not only among the business community, practitioners, but also among regulators, supervisors, the government, that something needs to be done to make the system more, without lowering protections for investors, but to make the system more competitive. And if you want to take a small sign, but probably a step in that direction, or very recently, just a couple of days ago, new concept rules came out to simplify somehow the preparation of the registration statement and the prospectus. A little sign, but something. The other large variable is corporate governance, and so let me go back to Mr. Cravero, who is working, I think, also on one of these voluntary set of principles, codes, call it however you want, specifically for SMEs and family-owned corporation. So in your perspective, one size does not fit all might be particularly true for family businesses, but what can you tell us about some principles, ideas, rules that in that context, on a voluntary basis, can in fact be particularly important, at least to discuss for family businesses?
Well, thank you. Well, after these considerations that you made, and I appreciate the substance, the genuinity, and the passion also that comes from. You see, and you have the perceptions on how difficult it is for some companies to face the listing. You know that someone is moving back. So that's why we focus on unlisted company, and that's why we focus on corporate governance of unlisted company. The difficulties that has been expressed today is connected to the strong system that, of course, create a sort of high pressures on listed company for compliance, for audit, and this is something that creates also a sort of neglected area for unlisted company. I mean, when we have to discuss on this problem drives companies who are not obliged to talk, to get into considerations the relevance of corporate governance, because to consider this as a sort of neglected area. As you said, we had the opportunity at European level, because we think that the European is important, trying to go into a sort of general standard rules applicable all over Europe, and with ECODA, which is the associations of the national associations of independent directors, I took part of a working group where the scope was exactly the revisiting of the principle of corporate governance for unlisted company. The starting point was exactly how do we have to consider? Do we have to think of some that has to be mandatory, or do we have to think of some that has to be voluntary? And do we have to, in this case, introduce a sort of comply or explain rule, or do we have to let it as it is? And finally, we got to this decision that it has to be not mandatory, it has to be voluntary, also has been said before in some speeches, but the point is that this is not mandatory. Why? One of the reasons is that when we are speaking about unlisted company, we are speaking about a very huge universe of people, of subjects. We are speaking, we are talking about business family, we are talking about joint ventures, we are talking about companies who are maybe owned or controlled by groups, we are talking about startups. So it's very large. And we think that the only way to increase the sensibility of the managers and of the shareholders on the importance of corporate governance principle is just give only a guidance. So express what are the principles and then goes giving some key rules. The code, which has been published last year by ECODA, is a code that has two different phases. The first one starts with 9 principles, which are to be applied for all companies. And then the second one with other 5 principles, which has to be applied just for bigger company or company that do have a more complex structure or company that do have significant liabilities and relationship with banks. So this, of course, something that will goes on also with the sustainability rate and with the relevance for the bank in the rating to consider how the company is, how can I say, well posed on this topic. So the topics that we have are split in two, and the document has been approved. We are then trying with Net Community and with the working group, which is, by the way, has been working on these documents to try to make a sort of national deployment of this principle, because of course the principle, the European principle are to be fitted with the national context and with the national legislations that couldn't just be kept as they are. And so the work of the working group, of Net Community is just to release this document, and this could be done probably in the next week. I think that it's very important, and also I am very happy to be here and in workshop like this in debating the value of the family business, and we would strongly enhance the possibility to discuss and to have relevant stakeholders like Borsa is, like Assonime is, like Confindustria is, or the university, to arrive to something that is commonly shared. Because we think that, as we already have been seeing, that due to the relevant contributions of this company to the GDP growth, to the employment rate growth, having the possibility to create the sensibility on management and shareholder is very important. I think that what we do have, apart from fixing principle, and I say principle because it's not a code, because a code is something more mandatory, like it is for listed company, is something that has to be defined, but the real challenge comes from the implementation. And so probably only if we, all the main stakeholder comes to an agreement and saying and endorsing this relevance for unlisted company, we could reach something that could be a great opportunity for our country.
Thank you. And let's go back to finish the perspective of a banker. And you, in fact, already told us something. But first of all, a kind of half joke, and you have already answered. As a banker, leaving fees aside, do you prefer to have a family-owned and managed business as a creditor, as a debtor, or as a client to assist in going public? And secondly, more generally, what are the peculiarities that you have seen in terms of resilience, in terms of strength, in terms of limits to growth, again, from the perspective of the financial structure and of a bank that assists businesses in their different activities?
Well, it's pretty complex. I would say this, and I am pretty convinced, of course, of this. Listing is not relevant for us in deciding if we can give credit to the company. Of course, listing normally a listed company as a setup which somehow should reassure you about certain things. To an extent that when I visit clients, say, just set up as you should go to listing, but don't do it. Reality is a little bit more complex, because I think that today companies are becoming extremely innovative in general. And I go back to my initial point. Do we want to be competitive, so sustainable in the long run, or we just play for the short? And I felt in the last few years, I'm also in the board of a family-owned business. I saw a remarkable growth in terms of evolution in terms of corporate governance. And I feel that going forward, these companies are the ones who are going to succeed. And the banks gradually, I feel, they are less and less interested in lending to this company and so on, but to really help them to grow and eventually to have other sort of sources of financing. So I feel that from this standpoint, as I said, the governance is important. One thing personally that I look at it very always, is for how long the CEO has been in charge. Not because the CEO, the current CEO is bad. The problem is that the longer a CEO is in charge, the more riskier, or the riskier is when he finally steps down, because you don't know what will happen next. If you are not able, if you have not set up a good corporate governance. And we have seen this recently in a lot of companies, very famous companies as well. And that always, to me, is a sign that succession planning and so on is something very important that banks should look at. Personally, I do. But this is true for every single business. So it's not the fact that a particular CEO is good. Of course, I remember when I was working, I was really fascinated by a person who was called Robert de Guiseta. He was the CEO of Coca-Cola. Phenomenal result. He died. Unfortunately, he was a heavy smoker. He died, and Coca-Cola after him had a very tough time. That we could see other companies, GE, we have seen, unfortunately, what has happened. But to me, the very important point is that even in the board, we should be able to see some sort of role in things. Not necessarily because the current one are bad and so on. On the contrary, because if I really look at the long term, they should also prepare people to run it. So that is really something that I notice is true even in my job. After 6, 7, 8 years in the same position, you start to be out. you run the company if it goes fine with a left hand, if you're right hand, because it's too easy, and you are becoming too much, I would say, self-confident. But on the contrary, this world in particular requires continuous challenge. So I repeat, it's not a critique to long-term CEOs. I cannot say because my CEO is a long-term despair. But reality is what will happen next. And that is, if you are a lender, in this case, if you are a shareholder, you should look at this thing.
And you want to know. So in a way, this final note, I think, confirms that family firms are, present in many ways the interesting pros and cons. Because on the one hand, you might tend to have CEOs and managers with a relatively long tenure, but on the other hand, generally speaking, you also could or should maybe have some ideas and certainties about what will happen next, and also pros and cons once again. But I think we have exceeded our time by a couple of minutes, and so thank you again to all of you, and
thank you.
We'll see you soon.
Grazie.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage for the closing remarks, Marcello Bianchi.
On behalf of the organizers of this conference, Assonime, ECGI, and Bocconi University, I wish to thank firstly Borsa Italiana for hosting and supporting this event. Our presence in this prestigious building in what used to be the trading room is more than just a symbol. As Luca Garavoglia underlined this morning, capital markets can play a key role in supporting the evolution of companies and investors toward a stronger responsibility on environmental and social issues. Shareholders and stakeholders are not necessarily conflicting agents, but potential partners once we adopt a long-term perspective of value creation where both the economic and the social dimension can converge. This perspective dominated today's discussions, animated by inspiring academic presentation and passionate concrete experiences. The dialogue between innovative thinking and evolutionary practices is at the basis of this event and will continue to guide cooperation between companies Assonime represents and the prestigious academic institutions. We all received a lot of food for thought on the general theme of the conference, how enterprises can be responsible, and on the specific topics on which focus the 3 sessions, where different tools for supporting long terms have been analyzed. The first tool, the company purpose, according to Colin Meyer copyright, can be defined as self-imposed commitment of the enterprise on its contribution to social value. A commitment whose legal strength can vary from the adoption of a benefit company status to the inclusion of purpose in the bylaws, to the weaker but not less important inclusion of sustainability in companies' policies and strategies. In any case, in this perspective, shareholders and management, both current and future ones, are linked to this commitment. The second tool analyzed, less explicitly linked to commitment, is the empowerment of controlling owner through unequal voting right mechanisms, so to allow to overcome possible market short-termism and financial constraints to long-term and responsible strategies. The third tool considered is of sociological nature, the pervasive and persistent role of family enterprises, where their structural orientation to long-term and even intergeneration horizon can meet a parallel need of our economy. In all those areas, there are opportunities and risks, costs and benefits that should be adequately addressed by all agents and be put in a balanced and smart regulatory framework. A framework which is currently under revision, in particular in Europe, but also in the US. Everywhere, expectations about a capitalism revisited are increasing. In this evolution, we need not only more responsible enterprises and investors, but also responsible policymakers in order to make sustainability actually sustainable. To this goal, this goal can require to make difficult choices, where the increasing number of public goods can find a different balance. I think that many input in this direction have been provided explicitly or implicitly in this conference, and this can be an issue to be addressed in a future one. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, it has been a true pleasure hosting you here at Borsa Italiana on day one of Capitalism Revisited. Please do not forget any personal belongings, as day two will be held at Bocconi University in a different venue. We thank you for being with us today and hope to see you again very soon. Arrivederci.